Whoa. Hey, Emma.
Hello.
Hey, I've hoodwinked you. You know why?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I hoodwinked you. Rick Cervin, our Greek teacher,
Mhm.
he's got some health issues, so he's not going to join us.
Oh.
And so this is going to turn into a just chatting.
Oh.
So sorry.
Well, I'll hang out for a little bit,
That'd
and
be great.
then I might have to go read Greek.
So do you know Greek?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I failed my Greek exam.
Okay.
I need to pass it in the fall.
Oh, so you're doing it now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I know Greek, but not as well as I should.
Okay. I'm like halfway through uh your your conversation with Paul right now.
Oh yeah.
So on the way home from work, I was listening to that. So I presume probably toward the end of that you get into where you're at now. So I don't know what are you doing?
I
You're
don't actually that well, somewhere in the middle I get into it.
okay.
I'm in grad school for classics. I'm working on a PhD.
Oh, okay. So
So,
Rick is a PhD in linguistics with
okay.
a focus on classics.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
So
and
yeah,
yeah,
he'll be coming at it from a somewhat different angle, but
for
there's a
sure.
lot of overlap for sure.
Yeah, if you check out the Discord, um, his earlier handout kind of goes into where he's coming from and
Yeah.
how he approaches things, and
Question.
might be pretty interesting to you.
Yeah.
Anybody, yeah. And so anybody who's watching right now, the if you go into the live chat, the link to join the stream is pasted there. So if you want to join in, please go ahead and do it. Um, yeah. So
This is interesting.
so Rick, oh, did you find it?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
I can read it later though.
Okay. Cool. So you're doing you're getting a master's degree in classics, you said?
I am getting a PhD.
Yeah.
I have a master's in Latin now, I think.
Okay. Gotcha. Um, and so you're doing, and where are you studying?
I'm in Illinois.
Okay. And what school are you at?
University of Illinois.
Okay. Actually, I think that's where Rick Cervin got his PhD, was
Oh.
University of Illinois.
We
Um,
have a pretty strong linguistics department and a strong classics department.
hmm,
So one of my favorite undergrad professors also got his PhD here, which
okay.
was part of why I applied. So
Gotcha. And so you're interested, have you always been interested in classics?
pretty much, um, I've been taking Latin since like fourth grade.
Hmm.
So I've always kind of been into that. And then I'm not as interested in Greek, but it's
Okay.
growing on me.
Okay. Um,
Um, At Hillsdale, there was always kind of a split between the Catholics who were more interested in Latin and the Protestants who really wanted to know Greek so they could read the Bible in the original or the
yeah.
New Testament in the original,
Okay.
um, which was always kind of funny.
um, yeah. So
Yeah.
I was listening to the rest of the conversation today. You guys got into the
Oh, yeah.
UM.
The Latin
And I
Mass
was like,
conversation.
I was bummed that I didn't get to stick around for that. Not that I have a lot of insight on it, but Let me close this door real quick. So when I grew up Protestant. Are you cradle Catholic? You must be, having said Latin.
Technically,
Okay.
strictly speaking, technically no, but basically yes.
Okay.
My I was baptized Lutheran because my mom had sort of drifted away from Catholicism at that point. My dad was Lutheran.
Mm,
But then like when I was 2, um she sort of came back and I was received into the church, and then 2 years later he also became Catholic.
hmm.
So I don't remember being Protestant, but technically I was baptized Protestant.
Gotcha. Um, so I'm a evangelical slash fundamentalist background. I went to a
Okay.
fundamentalist Christian school in elementary and junior high, and freshman year of high school. Why is Discord beeping at me? It just keeps on going. I'm gonna just turn it off. Stop. Um, yeah, so that's where I come from, and I went to a couple of Catholic weddings. One was like a Mexican Catholic wedding, and another was not, and it was like Novus Ordo or something. But I didn't. It didn't strike me as weird at all. Didn't strike me as. I mean, I had been trained in very anti-Catholic ideology, but nothing struck me as either positive
Yeah.
or negative. It was just sort of okay.
That's why a lot of people don't like the Novus Ordo. Okay, a lot. That's maybe inflating the number of
It
Latin
probably it,
masters that are
it was
out there.
relatively
But
familiar-ish, I think. Um, I mean, relatively compared to where I have ended up. But the and then I started getting into Orthodoxy, Eastern Orthodoxy when I was in college,
hmm,
and I've
where'd you
been
go?
where to go to college.
Hmm.
I went to Sacramento State, CSU
Okay,
Sacramento. I'm a mechanical engineer,
nice.
and yeah, and so I think I was a junior maybe my fourth year at Sac State when I was uh, officially became a Orthodox. So it's been 15 years,
Oh
and
wow.
um, in the meantime, numerous of my our family friends have eventually become Orthodox, um, one way or another. Several of them through my mom. Now, a friend of ours, our family, a friend of ours, they became Catholic, and there was another guy, actually, as my boss, and there was another guy who was like one of our clients, and he was an SSPX guy, and
Oh,
so my boss got involved with the SSPX. And then eventually they had a falling out, so they didn't go to SSPX anymore, but they went to the local TLM parish in Sacramento. And so again, like I said, my exposure to Catholicism was very minimal. I did not have a very strong like anti-Catholic bent, even though kind of because I mean I kind of after I became Orthodox, I was sort of like, well, there's a lot of similarities, and some of the things that I would have been very opposed to. Now I'm not. I'm much more receptive to. Right. So the uh, I went to a Novus Ordo low mass though, at and I was shocked.
like a daily mass?
I guess. I mean, it was very short. It's probably 30 to 45 minutes. Um, and this is some years after I became Orthodox, and I was just like shocked. I was just like, "What is this?" I was like, what are these guys doing?" Just to me, it was very very off putting because of the informality, and
Mm,
um, and then I went to um, two weddings and a funeral. Well, the funeral was recent, but the two weddings over the years at the TLM parish, and I was just like, if I was Catholic, this is where I would be. It was just like, no, hands down, no question. This is where I would be at. Um, but the other thing about it was the language part of it, because in Eastern Orthodoxy, we don't have like a attachment to language so much. I mean, some
Mm,
do. There is some of that, but it's not in the same way that it is in the TLM community.
mhm,
It's not like a doctrinal or like not a justification. I mean, some people do try to make a justification like, oh, it's got to be Greek because of XYZ. But by and large, that's not like a, it's not taken seriously, because historically in Eastern Orthodoxy, it had been always translated into local language um,
right.
throughout his. So that's just sort of not. It's not as it's not. It doesn't get a lot of traction except in like very ethnic communities where they're
Right.
like preserve their ethnicity, and that's part of it. But it's not like a. It's not like the same thing. So that was kind of the thing that um, I kind of thought that was strange about the Latin Mass stuff, was just the language part of it. But the overall tradition and the liturgy and the tradition of it, I was just like, this is 100%. If I was Catholic, this is where I'd be 100%. Yeah,
Well, it's not all that far off from the Greek Orthodox Divine Liturgy
it's not right.
in a lot of ways. Um, it's funny because, like, if I were in charge of things, I think it would be really cool to have, like, keep the Tridentine form and just translate it all to
Why
English.
and why is that not a thing? Like, why? I'm
Because when they
surprised
were
it's
doing
not
the
a thing.
translating, they also decided to simplify it because there was a lot of repetition and, um like, they felt that it was overly formal, and Vatican II was just a very messy council in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
So, they decided that as part of translating it, they would also write a new mass.
it's such a foreign concept to me to even
Yeah.
begin to think about doing something like that. It's such a like, "What? What changing the liturgy? We would never ever." But it's not true, because it changes all the time, and it's
Mhm.
tons of if you go to, so I don't know, I don't know how it is in the traditional Latin Mass. Probably from parish to parish, I imagine if you're into it, you start to see the distinctions.
I'm sure you do. Yeah,
But
I've only been to, like, 2 parishes ever, so
in,
like, Latin Mass
Orthodoxy,
parishes.
yeah, in Orthodoxy, the local variations are, I mean, to me, they're very, it's like huge, hugely different. But it's different in probably somebody who is not familiar with it may not notice the difference as much. But to me, it's like,
Probably
no, there's
not.
tons of variation, and local traditions and local things change, and there's a lot of wiggle room. There's tons of wiggle room.
Mhm.
They move things around. They do things. Are you going to do the sermon at this point? Are you going to do the sermon at that point? It's like pretty messy. I will say that. Like the Orthodox Divine Liturgy is, in terms of how it's practiced locally, it can be messy um, in terms of variation. So there's not like a very, very, very strict regulation in that regard.
Mhm.
And I imagine it might be stricter in
It
the,
probably is. That's kind of our like, if you're going by stereotypes, that's kind of our thing.
yeah.
The West likes their regulations
Hmm.
and minimum requirements.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Um, so there probably is somewhat less change, but there's also probably more than some hardline Latin mass people will tell you there
Yeah.
could be. Um, yeah, it's a weird messy split um within the church, and I think it's much messier online than it is if you're talking to people in real life too.
How do you mean?
Like you get a lot of YouTube people who are very like have very strong opinions and like state things very categorically. And then you sort of get the feeling that like that's how most people who like the Latin mass think. And then you talk to like your average person who goes to the Latin mass and they're not like that. They just like somewhat prefer it or like dislike XYZ about the new mass or whatever.
Hmm.
Um, but online you kind of get people that sometimes seem like they're setting people up to just leave Catholicism for their own because they think they know it better. Like with SSPX
Oh
and stuff
yeah.
like that. It's a big
Hmm.
controversy right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, so from my very little exposure on the internet to Latin Mass trad people, um, I don't hear much about SSPX lately. Is that just is
That
that
that's
accurate?
fortunate.
Yeah. But I do hear a lot about TLM, but more like the legit TLM, which is now the people that I were following that were into it. Now there are a lot of complaints because their parishes got shut down. Um,
Yeah, that's been happening a lot.
I don't know what's happening here in Sacramento, but um,
Yeah, my friend's parish is getting well, it's not getting shut down exactly. It's getting moved like a little bit further away to an oratory instead of a parish, which I don't know how big a difference that is.
hmm,
But they're frustrated, of course,
uh,
because
I,
when your perfectly stable parish gets messed with for seemingly no reason, it's
yeah.
frustrating.
Well, I would be highly upset if I was a member of one of those parishes. If like as long as things carried on, I would be cool. But as soon as it came and they took away my church, or well, I guess I should say, took away the liturgy. That, I mean, I would be convinced. Like I'm convinced that the traditional Latin Mass is like that's as an outsider, I'm just like that's it. That's the that's the liturgy. Um,
Mhm.
and I would be, I would probably be looking for I don't know, I'd be looking for some way to I don't know, it would be like a make or break thing for me if I was
Yeah,
Catholic.
it's shaking up a whole community too.
Oh, yeah. And it wouldn't be just like, "Oh, I prefer this." It'd be like, "No, this is the legit way." So, like you're I don't know.
Well, yeah, that you're really not supposed to think that if you're
I know.
Catholic.
I know. That's the thing that would really that would frustrate me, but I'd be okay with that as long as I was locally able to do it.
Mhm. There are a lot of people in that situation, and there's a lot of debate over whether it's better to, like, leave well enough alone or whether those communities sort of over time drift into being basically, like, dissenting from the like, I've heard arguments that, if you leave a TLM parish alone for too long, it basically, like, gets infected with SSPX ideas, basically.
I think that
That's not
sounds like
the most gracious way I can put that argument, but it's the best way I can think of to say it right now, so
it sounds
apologies.
fairly traditional to me in the sense that, that's kinda what Charlemagne was doing, right? He was standardizing and um, trying to bring, order, trying to bring a,
A
consistency.
measure of consistency. Yeah, that's true.
And so that sounds like very much within the tradition of
Ironically.
Catholicism to be looking for that kind of tradition
They
consistency.
they do consistency is important, especially if you know, your church contains people all over the world
Yeah.
and you want them to all feel like they're part of the same church. Um, I mean, it's Pajot's center and margins problem again, right?
Mhm.
You need to like pull people towards the center enough that you have a thing, but not squish the margins so hard that like they rebel and destroy everything.
Yes. Yeah, and within, you know, for sure, like within Eastern Orthodoxy, there's like I said, there's so much variation and bordering on or even stepping over the line in terms of abuse of what's proper, that happens all over the place. And if you're looking for like absolute purity, you'd be very scandalized about the kinds of things
Mhm.
that go on. So anyway, I've hung out enough of your guys' dirty laundry. So sorry about that. You've been gracious.
It's all right.
We've got plenty of it.
It's a topic of interest to me
Me
sometimes in
too.
an actual like I, I wish this could be solved more easily than it has been. And sometimes in a what are crazy people on the internet saying today sort of way.
Yeah.
Um, like guilty pleasure sort of thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
hang on a second. I'm going to call my buddy George. George was on yesterday. You met George, right?
Yes.
Yeah. He's trying to get in, but I think he's having trouble.
Okay.
Um, hey, George. Are you on YouTube? Uh-huh. I don't see you waiting. If you go into the live chat on YouTube, I just put a link there, the StreamYard link for you to join. Yeah, you're on YouTube and then you click into the live chat, and that's where the link to actually join the stream is. So.
Okay, and there's a
Riveting
live chat.
TV.
I'm not familiar with that, so bear with me.
Okay.
I have people watching right now.
Do I need to search for that? Live. There's a live.
Yeah, if you click the link I sent you, that brings you to the YouTube, and then.
Well, the link. Okay, what you sent me though is on my iPhone.
You mean email it?
If you were to send it to me, but what I did is I just sent it to my email address.
Okay.
And that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm sending you the link to email. So okay, just click this link. MSN. I got a me.com. Okay, don't say it. Don't say it. What's that?
Use MSN.
Okay, let me see if I have your MSN. Don't say it out loud because you're live right now.
You can mute yourself too.
Oh yeah, I should do that,
huh?
I should mute myself.
I don't know if anyone's watching other than George trying to get on, but
disrupting you.
It's all good. Thanks, Emma. That was a good call.
Yeah, that way you can actually talk about it without, sharing personal information on the internet.
I'm clearly not a YouTuber.
I am not either.
Okay, looks like George. Oh, Jacob's here. Hey, Jacob.
Oh, hello.
Just noticed you guys were streaming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not actually going to be Greek Bible study.
No,
but
Rick had had a medical thing come up, and he's not able to join us. So hopefully on the 26th he'll be okay. He's recovering from a surgery. So.
Well, Emma knows Greek better than anyone.
Yeah,
no, I literally don't. I literally failed my Greek exam.
You did? Why'd you fail your Greek exam?
Because I didn't know Greek as well as I thought I
did. But you know Latin.
I do know Latin. I passed that one.
Latin's the most important biblical language.
That feels like a test.
I personally don't think it is.
I don't think it's the most important. I don't think it's negligible, but I don't think it's the most important.
I don't think it falls into the top 3.
What's the third?
Aramaic.
Okay, fair.
How's your Hebrew and Aramaic?
Hebrew is pretty iffy. I need to get back into it, but I might wait till I pass the Greek exam first.
Mm.
I have never looked at Aramaic.
If you
Never
know
tried that
Hebrew, like most people don't. I mean, my Aramaic is pretty bad, despite the fact it's my father's native language. My family, portions of my family still speak Aramaic, but Aramaic is kind of sort of almost mutually intelligible with Hebrew. It's a Semitic language like Arabic, and Semitic languages are very, very similar, and so yeah.
Interesting.
Are you guys ranking in terms of difficulty?
We were ranking in terms of importance,
Important.
but
Okay.
well, Emma knows Latin,
Uh-huh.
I
and
do.
as
And
far
Greek,
as
but not super well yet.
was
I just
this
need to read a
Greek
whole
one?
bunch of Greek.
What?
No, it's my PhD qualifying exam.
Oh, you failed your PhD qualifying exam in Greek. That is completely different from failing a class in Greek.
Oh, yeah. I didn't mean to give that impression, but yeah, it's
That's
my
what
PhD
I
qualifying exam.
thought.
I passed the Latin qualifying exam last year, but I failed the Greek one this spring.
Well, qualifying exams, well, they used to be difficult.
I think it was pretty difficult. They give you 6 passages of Greek and tell you to translate it to English in 4 hours.
It depends where you go.
Yeah. We still have like pretty traditional exam types.
I mean,
So.
it's at the better schools where you basically don't fail qualifying exams anymore.
Yeah, because once you get into Yale, you don't need to do anything else.
Yeah. Although I did have somebody I knew
Not to pick on Yale in particular.
in the physics department at USC who ended up getting a master's degree. So a master's degree is what you get when you fail out of a PhD.
For
Why
some
are you
people.
laughing? That is what happens. If you
Not
fail,
always. We have
it's-
people who come here planning to just get a master's.
right, but it's a consolation prize for if
It
if
is
you,
also the consolation prize for not sticking through a whole PhD, yeah.
yeah.
But if you fail your qualifying exams, you can't get a master's either. If you fail out.
Wow.
You need to pass at least one translation exam to get a master's.
Tim is really fascinated by all these academic discussions. He
Carry on.
loves academia. Next we should talk about the CRC Synod.
Oh yeah. So you've been watching that, Jacob?
I haven't actually watched the Synod, but I have been watching what's going on.
You should have been there. I wish we were live streaming our clergy lady retreat that I was on.
Well, why didn't you?
Well, I guess I could have stood in the back and live streamed it to the internet. That would have been good.
You could have at least recorded it.
Yeah, somebody was recording it. That's true.
So you should put it on your channel.
Yeah.
Tim officially runs his archdiocese channel. Not really, but
in a manner of speaking, some people would probably be surprised if you said that.
this channel has been officially blessed by his priests. Kind of.
Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, I kind of sort of prodded him into it. I was like,
It's a good idea.
yeah.
I was pretty nervous about the idea because I was like, well, this is for me and my buddies. And then Jacob's like, well, no, you need to think a little bit bigger than that. So,
First of all, you do need to think bigger than that, but it was after
Okay.
Father Stephen showed up for a 6-hour session.
Oh my gosh, I saw that. That's what made me decide that, like, never mind, I'm not doing Greek Bible study.
Why? Because Father Stephen showed up?
No, because it went on for 6 hours and I'm bad at leaving things. So if it can't, like, if I'd been there, I would have just stayed.
Well, I mean, you can leave at any time. There's nothing that says
I,
you have to stay.
I leave at any time.
theoretically, one can leave at any time. I have proven to myself multiple times on these that I cannot.
So I watched your discussion with Paul today,
Oh,
and it made me really, really excited about the discussion we're having with your husband on my channel.
I'm glad. He's really excited too.
Really? You already talked to him about it? Well,
Yeah, I knew he'd be on board.
next, I'm going to have Tim's wife join us.
Yeah.
Yes, I am reading the chats, but you're not saying anything important, killer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
River.
engage you, killer.
Killer XX River 444.
You sound like my kind of guy, killer.
I mean, why are you live streaming a Bible study? Like, why would you do that? Well, Sherry's watching our Bible study, and that's important. Ooh, we get to see Tim's wife.
Okay. All right, see ya.
What?
He said, yeah, he's like,
She didn't hear me. Are you wearing headphones?
I had it muted for a moment. I think she missed it. Yeah, she's going for a walk.
I said we get to see Tim's wife.
Mm-hmm.
She's been on the internet already, so when you ask her, if she says no, you say too late.
You could ask her.
I know you.
One of these. She'll
You
be like,
saw
why?
my mom and my sister before you all met my husband.
This is true. I started a series where I was doing interviews with people as couples, and it was actually an interesting discussion. So I did Catherine and Eamon Wilson, and I did Michael Sartori and his wife Mandy, and Chris Picau and his wife, whose name I'm forgetting, Sarah maybe? I forget. But anyway, I think the fact that we don't engage couples as couples on the internet is actually part of what makes the internet so stupid.
Interesting. So you're in favor of those Facebook
joint accounts?
Those people who only have joint Facebook accounts?
I not only am I in favor of that, I have to wonder if there isn't some sort of nefarious purpose behind not having, like, why doesn't Facebook actually have a sort of like capacity for people to have joint accounts that's easily like.
That's true. If it was possible in a non-dumb way, I might actually do it. I mean, the reason we both had Facebook accounts before we got married, so.
And then once you get married, you should like be able to
be able to merge them.
Fuse the account, either or friends of both. It would be the cutest thing in the world if you don't hate families. And that's why I think it's a nefarious plot by the we won't call them Jesuits, but.
Did you see Father Eric's comment on my my randos?
I did not. What did he say?
He said, when we are Pope, Emma will be consulted on the English translation of all our papal bulls and decrees.
Yes. Hey, Father Eric makes these jokes because he's completely convinced there is no chance whatsoever of him ever becoming Pope, which I completely disagree with.
I also disagree with that.
I think when the bishop makes you master of ceremonies and sends you off to canon law school, it should tell you he thinks you're gonna move up in places.
I think that's very possible. And
Phlebas, your wife has no patience for this because it's because this space is too much of a masculine space, and I'm actually hoping that engaging with people as couples will actually help increase the feminine involvement in it.
That would be nice. I mean, as we discussed,
Yeah. What?
oh, as we discussed last night, I'm kind of broken and my husband and I are backwards. So
You and your husband, well, have you met Andrea with the bangs?
I have, yeah. Well, no, I haven't met her. I saw her Rando's conversation.
You should check out her channel.
I should. I've been meaning to.
And there used to be on the Discord, the women used to have a literal knitting circle with Sherry. And
Man, I was knitting all last night.
so, you know what? So I'm not on BLM anymore, but if you want to have a knitting circle on my Discord, you are more than welcome to have a knitting circle. I will dedicate a room just for women knitting, and I will sex restrict it as things should be. When we have the Jerusalem Council, I was like thinking about how George.
I'm in.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
George.
You made it.
Yeah. Sorry.
That was
Knocked
sorry
my
about that,
table.
George. That was a fiasco
That's
getting
all
you
right.
on.
I think I'm on StreamYard.
You
Good.
are on StreamYard, yes.
Yes. Okay.
If you're hearing an echo, you might have YouTube you're not hearing an echo, are you?
No.
Okay.
Unless it's the natural echo in the room that you're in.
You sound good to us.
Yeah. You sound good to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
What was I saying about so when we have the Jerusalem conference, I think one of the most, so I've been trying to think like, what would I have to explain to people who aren't used to an Orthodox Jewish environment? And the
Right.
number one thing is going to be the sex segregation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like a lot of people just aren't used to the type of sex segregation that exists. And like, it's really not considered okay to extend a hand to shake hands with people of the opposite sex. Certainly no hugging, and even sitting next to is kind of not done. Like, I mean, it is by some people, but by a lot of people, it's not done. And we're probably going to have at least some of those people. Nechama said her family would be coming, and I'm guessing some of Chazi's family would be coming, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much of an Orthodox Jewish contingent there will be, but if there is, yeah.
When I was
yeah.
when I was looking into Eastern Orthodoxy, a friend of ours who was a Pentecostal, I told her, "Oh yeah, we're going to become Orthodox," and she said, "Oh, so you can't shake hands with women?" That was like the one thing that she
knew about, or well, that's true of Orthodox Jews.
Not the same religion, but
yes.
Wrong Orthodox, but
right.
Good try.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So George, I was listening to your discussion yesterday, and I'm also kind of interested in familial DNA, but it was actually because my maternal grandmother's family is the only part of my family that's not very Jewish. Like after my grandmother got married, her entire family converted to be Baha'i, which is a Islamic religion. And like, there was a time in my life where I was like, am I really Jewish? Maybe my grandmother really wasn't Jewish. We don't know much about that side of the family. So I did my mtDNA testing, mitochondrial DNA, and it came back Jewish. So I was like, yes. So my maternal grandmother.
That's interesting. When you say it came back Jewish, because usually, at least through family tree DNA, it doesn't come back and tell you anything about nationality or race. It gives you a haplogroup that you belong to.
Right. So I got the haplogroup, and so I did it through National Geography,
Okay.
and it identified my mtDNA as being in Jewish communities, and then when I looked it up, some 10% apparently of Persian Jews have the same mtDNA as I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, I know that in my particular case, it's on the paternal side, and and you may have heard it. It's I belong to one of only two haplogroups that's indigenous
Well, that's
to
Y
Europe.
chromosomes. Yeah,
Right,
so that's
right,
Y chromosomes.
right.
So
And then you
yeah.
can, like, if you were to go on SNP tracker,
Mm-hmm.
uh, it will actually give you the path
Right.
all the way to current day, but showing the path over hundreds of thousands of years from the beginning.
mtDNA data is not nearly as developed as Y chromosome data
Okay.
because they only started sequencing it so many years ago. And because it's not autosomal DNA at all, so it doesn't tell you anything about your.
Right.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty stable though, isn't it?
mtDNA, well, kind of. I mean, it does. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'm pretty sure over like it mutates over 1,000 years, like, which that's still pretty significant mutation when you think about it. Although I have to say, my scientific beliefs goes kind of askance from what a lot of people believe, because I am what's sometimes I like to refer to as an old Earth creationist. Have you heard of Omphalos?
I looked into that after you mentioned that some months ago, Jacob.
So Emma, what does Omphalos mean?
Navel.
It does, and since this is a Greek Bible study, Omphalos. So, did Adam have a belly button? Serious question. Serious philosophical question.
My parents had that book, but I never read it.
There's a book.
There's
called
actually
Omphalos?
a book called "Did Adam and Eve Have Belly Buttons?"
Oh. I mean, it's a serious theological question, because
it is.
If they did, then that means that there was something deceptive in how God created them, because they never had umbilical cords.
I think that's where. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And luckily enough for me, the Talmud is very, very clear about this. We learn from where it says God created trees with fruit, that the trees were created bearing fruit, meaning they were fully grown. And there's several verses in the Bible where the Talmud learns out that actually the world was created fully grown. And so in Orthodox Judaism, a version of Omphalos is completely considered standard belief and has been for over 1,000 years.
That question makes a lot more sense than if somebody's like, do you believe in Adam and Eve? It's like obviously, I can't think of any story about the origins of humanity that doesn't involve the first two people. It's just, where do you draw that line?
Well, I mean,
if we're taking it.
So this is one of the difficult parts for a lot of modern Orthodox, and we've been talking on my Discord about modern Orthodox Judaism. Modern Orthodoxy is a flavor. So Orthodox Judaism is split into two big factions: modern Orthodox and what people derogatorily refer to as ultra-Orthodox. And a lot of modern Orthodox don't like the ultra-Orthodox view of creation because they find it unscientific. And part of that is like, okay, there were Neanderthals, right? So like, at what level and Like, how do you get everybody descended from the same two people if you had two separate species?
But yeah, the definition of species is kind of a slippery thing, according to Ted, as of yesterday. But
Yes.
like, it's, I mean, it's just obvious. Like, it just, to me, seems just completely, it's impossible to argue otherwise that there was at some point just two people. I can't think of any mathematical or whatever rational way that you could that otherwise. I mean, unless you say, oh, there was two people from one group and then they combined with people from another group, and then when they came together, it became humanity. Like, okay,
Well, I mean, part
oh,
of it is as and I want to let you speak, George, if you want to speak.
jump in,
um,
Dorothy. Yeah.
and if you don't interrupt me, George, I'll speak forever. I've been known to speak forever.
Yeah, well, welcome to the group. Because I can be that way too. No, I mean, I'm just sitting here going, as a cradle Orthodox Christian, this is not what's important.
Thank you.
It's the relationship between man and God. And when you get down to the scientific stuff, I mean, that's just our nature. We have questions, and they're great questions. I mean, do they have navels? It's not anything, but it's the relationship part that's the most important thing. Now, the wonderful thing is being someone that's into genetics, it would be nice if we would be able to take things like the Shroud of Turin and take samples and see what that says, or since we have so many relics, and I've talked to Father Chris about this, wouldn't it be nice if we could take one of the relics and find out what that DNA says? But
Haven't people done DNA analysis of Eucharistic miracles?
I'm sure that they have in the Catholic world.
Yeah. Yeah. Because
I'm pretty
again,
sure they have.
well, if they have, it would be nice to see what came up. But again, I
Well,
have to go
Eucharist. I would be very surprised if Catholics allowed the Eucharist to have any.
No, the miracles.
Okay.
The ones where it becomes
Oh, where it becomes blood.
where it like becomes flesh.
Mhm.
Actually.
Yeah, it's just a whole different. For me, I'm just okay. So on that question about
Phlebas is being
finding
Protestant.
his humanity in the Eucharist.
We already have a Jacob on Phlebas. Sorry, George.
No, I was just going to say, a lot of people say, well, yeah, but isn't it still wine and bread? I mean, what's this whole thing that it turns into Christ's
This
body?
is and this discussion is like one of the.
You can share your screen, Emma. You should be able to share your screen.
Okay.
Oh.
But if I could
yeah.
if I could finish the thought,
yeah, you
finish.
go ahead,
is that wouldn't that be the same thing of looking at Christ? What would you see of Christ? Flesh and blood, right? As a human being. You don't see anything else, but he was fully man and fully God. Why can't the Eucharist be seen as fully God and fully man?
Well, that's the thing with these miracles is it becomes visible. Like it starts bleeding, or like I know at least one, it's turned into like heart muscle. Here, let me share.
This is not something that has occurred in Orthodoxy, by the way.
You're right.
You guys don't do Eucharistic miracles?
No, there's certain things that it's interesting. There's miracles that will occur like in the Catholic Church that don't occur in the Orthodox Church, and vice versa. Like icons that bleed blood. We have icon or statues that bleed blood. Yeah, I can. Let me add it. Oh, you got it. Okay. Yeah, we
Okay.
have icons that emit fragrant myrrh.
Right.
Mhm.
This is a
Right.
pretty common
And
thing.
you can smell it.
Hmm. It smells like, yeah.
Orthodox, from what I've heard, orthodoxy and icon, because the explanation I heard is that icons were more of like a contentious thing in orthodoxy, so they have more miracles and more practices around them. Whereas in the West, the Eucharist was the thing that people had like a harder time sort of getting. So they like that's why we have Eucharistic adoration, and that's also why we have had miracles because they're often to like shore up people's faith.
That's interesting.
That's why
Yeah.
God would give them.
Hmm.
Nope.
So this is three different examples of the Eucharistic miracle in Lanciano, Italy.
I've seen this before, yeah.
And the article talks about how there's been extensive scientific analysis on three different ones.
Yeah, but it's by a Jesuit. How can you believe a Jesuit?
It's not by a Jesuit, it's by a woman.
No. You were where you were saying a little bit below.
Oh, the this particular quote.
Yeah, there's a quote by a Jesuit, and there are people who watch my channel who believe that the Jesuits are controlling the world.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Grimgriz says if he becomes Catholic, he's going to become a Jesuit so he can prove or disprove all his theories.
Well, we had the first Jesuit pope.
Yep.
Hmm.
Seems like a long time for it to take if they are controlling everything, though.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised he's the first Jesuit pope too.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
I guess this particular one
The others
actually
were crypto
happened
Jesuits.
under him. This was literally just the first article I found when I Googled it. But it talks about they at least have found like human DNA. I guess they weren't able to find enough DNA to do full analysis.
When I visited Father Eric in North Dakota, he showed me the relics, and there was a relic of the True Cross in this church.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. I'll drop the link to this article in the chat.
Yeah.
In
And so
the
George,
live chat.
what did Father Chris say about you about your curiosity about scientific analysis of
Well,
miracles or relics?
he may have been cordial in his response in support of the work that I'm doing outside.
Mm-hmm.
He's very much that way.
Mm-hmm.
How serious he was about it, I can't speak for him, but I think he thought there was because genetic analysis is a relatively 21st century phenomena for us. I mean, it didn't exist until, it did, we knew about it, but where it's at today, it's we're only scratching the surface. But to answer your question, I guess what's going on in my head is that being where I'm at, for anybody that knows, I'm 71 years old. I'm a cradle Orthodox, born in this country, though, a minority faith in this country. So I grew up around Catholics and Protestants. And by the time I got into being an adult, I would have conversations with former Catholics or Protestants or Catholics and former Protestants. I visited as many churches as I can. I just threw up my hands. I said, it's all so divided in the West in terms of, for example, one person that was a former Catholic said, well, I don't practice anymore because they made me feel guilty. And that was one response. I went, guilty. There's nothing in the Orthodox faith had it to where I felt guilty. Um, with the Protestants, the problem there was a Baptist isn't a Baptist. Baptists are all over the place. I could talk to one Baptist and this is what they believe, and I talk to another Baptist and this is what they believe.
So
Uh,
this is
so
Father
I,
Chris, your brother, Tim?
No, that's Father Christian.
Oh,
Father Christopher is the priest at St. Anna Greek
yeah.
Orthodox Church.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah. So, yeah, it was a casual conversation. I don't think it was, we didn't go any further. Um, but I might follow up with him just on the side and say, so how serious were you on that? I mean, do you really think? But my point is there's something about faith alone, and the fact that if we were to approach our faith by having to have proof, I think we're missing the whole idea of what faith means. Of course, I'm not one that says faith alone, because faith without works is dead. As Luther found out reading James that, oh, what do I do with this book? Because this does not teach what I'm teaching.
Throw it in the
Uh,
garbage.
right. But still, the bottom line is it starts with faith. And out of true faith comes the works. And what is the works? It's it's being Christ-like in all that we do. That it's not about me, it's about what I do for my fellow man and woman. Um, so the conversations are always interesting to me outside of Orthodoxy, but I'm just kind of sharing a little bit of a piece that um, because I didn't take my faith for, well, we're Orthodoxy and we're right. Like I said, in my early 20s, I mean, I went to Esther, I went to motivational speakers, I went to all of these different things to
You went to
find
Rolling
out,
Stones.
huh?
You went to Altamont.
I was at Altamont.
I want you to tell the Altamont
What's
story.
Altamont?
I didn't know you knew that I went to Altamont.
You told me about it.
Yeah.
What is Altamont?
Well, let me just say that I have a son-in-law that gets really excited
Look
when
up Rolling Stones Altamont,
yeah,
1969.
December, I don't know, 17th or something around there.
The Hells Angels were the security.
Right. And there was a murder there.
Yeah.
Were you the one who did the murder?
No, but I was up close. I hitchhiked down from Sacramento with a friend of mine that was from Orange County, and I was 17 years old. And when we got there, and there was like 3 different changes in vehicles, but the last vehicle we had been dropped off in Berkeley, and then from Berkeley right to where outside of the Altamont Speedway. And everybody was playing, a bunch of guitars playing, fires, and people are partying. And my friend goes, almost immediately, let's try to get in. And I remember going, yeah, right, Ron, all these people, we're going to be able to get in. By the way, by the time it started, there ended up being 300,000 plus, equal to Woodstock. But we got in, and
this is the December just following Woodstock. So Woodstock was just
was summer, yeah,
6 months earlier.
Yeah, and peace and love and all that. And
right.
There's a theological thing here that happened for me, and Don McLean actually put it into his song, and I'm going. Everybody I ever told about my experience laughed at me, and I'll tell you what that is. But when he came out with that song and that verse, the 4th verse, I think, or whatever,
of which song?
American Pie.
American Pie. Okay.
So anyways, there's probably only 50 people when we got in there, and they're still building the stage of what was to be, like I said, 300,000 people. So the show starts. It was jam-packed. There was lots of acts throughout the day. Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, Jefferson Airplane. They were the big names of the Bay Area, or California. And when the Rolling Stones came on, And this is when the murder happened. And I tell people, it's not that I believe that the Rolling Stones are Satan worshipers, but on that night, Satan was there. And when he started singing Sympathy for the Devil, he was the devil. He was the vehicle of it. And and the murder happened during that time. And at that moment, because I remember we were all sitting on our sleeping bags when the murder happened. Everybody that was behind it got pushed back, so I lost my sleeping bag and all of that. But I said I got to go, so I left and what have you. I won't tell you the rest of the story, but it's those experiences that I've had, and I'm happy that from my standpoint, that true faith, in my opinion, comes from being able to discern what's around you. Mm-hmm. And if it doesn't line up, I naturally get paranoid. I'll go into a party or whatever. If I don't feel comfortable, I'm gone. Especially if it's contrary to my faith. But I don't know if that's what you wanted me to mention, but the devil was there. The whole experience, when I look back on it, especially with the Rolling Stones,
and
with the Hell's Angels.
And the murder happened during what song?
Sympathy for the Devil.
Sympathy for the Devil.
Yeah,
you guys are familiar with that?
Wikipedia says.
Yeah, I know that song.
Yeah. Please allow me to introduce myself. I'm a man of wealth and fame. Been around for a long, long time. Stole many a man's soul away. Pleased to meet you. Hope you guess my name. So it keeps on going through the verses. And when he says, I hope you guess my name, is Satan. Now,
okay, but reading this, the guy who got killed pulled out a gun and got stabbed by the Hell's Angels. I mean, like, he pulled out a gun.
Right.
I have a lot less sympathy.
Yeah, but if you saw what the what the Hell's Angels were doing, they were beating people over the head with cue sticks. They pushed, it was almost disgusting to see that.
Apparently they got paid in beer.
Well, right.
To do the security. And so they were very drunk. I mean, I'm reading about this. This is
yeah.
This sounds like a Protestant conference, and that's the type of thing that happens.
What?
When you have no hierarchy.
Is this happening at the CRC right now?
Well, the thing is, like, there's a guy complaining about the $500 for the beer that he never got he still hasn't gotten paid back for, and that just reminded me of the $500 I shelled out for the campgrounds that I still haven't gotten paid back for.
So, the
Oriental Orthodox are here.
Oh yeah, Andrew's here.
Hello. How's it been?
Power did his great series on how we got here, and I'll send you a link, George. Burn Power, he's another YouTuber I've been following.
Okay.
And I'm not calling Andrew Oriental Orthodox because he's Asian. He's actually a Copt. He's non-Chalcedonian, so he's even more of a heretic than I am.
So, you agree with Chalcedon? No way.
I don't agree with any of it, but at least I have a covenant with God. Like, you're like just a heretic.
Burn said that 1969, the summer of 1969, there's Woodstock, and there's all this mystique about it. And Burn was saying, like, basically that Summer of Love, the whole 60s mystique is based on this one event, and by the end of the event, it's over.
Right.
And Altamont is just putting the nail in the coffin.
The music
no
died
mystique after that.
That's where American Pie. It's one segment. He calls it the generation lost in space. And being one of them, I would say yes, because that changed my whole view of the peace and love thing. They were just words. They were selfish words. Yeah, you want peace so you can do what you want to do. And the love was love the one you're with. Doesn't matter who you're with.
George, I asked the question.
But if I can, let me just finish my one thought. Thank you, Jacob. Is that if you look at the history, starting with 1970, look at what happened. Jimi Hendrix died. Janis Joplin died. The Beatles broke up. Everything changed, to your point, Tim, because it was over. The truth had been revealed that it wasn't the truth, and people became more introspective. The musicians became more introspective. You had Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young. You had Jackson Browne, what have you. So you had Cat Stevens. That were looking at the meaning of life rather than it's all about,
That's what I was going to ask you about.
Okay.
So yesterday I asked the question. You said you have a Cat Stevens tribute band.
Yeah.
So are you going to have to convert to Islam just to be authentic?
No. That's why it's called the Cat Stevens. Right. Yeah.
Not Yusuf Islam?
No, I don't do Yusuf Islam. And I don't do anything of that I used to be. And I hope you're not the same as you were when you were 20. Some of us go down the wrong path as we get older. Some correct the path. And that's why I believe God has given us this limited amount of time.
Yeah, I was a much better person when I was 20.
You were?
When I was in my 20s, I actually kept kosher, did my prayers 3 times a day, kept the Sabbath. Yeah, I've gone downhill, definitely.
Well, I doubt that.
In some ways, I've gone downhill. In other ways, maybe no. We'll see. Let's hope. I do think that God gives us God gives us every single year as an opportunity to be better than the year before.
Right, or every single day. If that's a good point. I don't know if it was Father Cosmas that said it, who was the priest at St. Anna's before Father Chris. If you're the same this year as you were last year, you're not growing.
Mm-hmm.
You're not growing.
You're wasting God's time.
Well, you're wasting your time. You're wasting
the reason I put it that way is because I think it's important to remember that it's the time God gives you.
Whatever that is.
Yeah.
But if you're an infant, obviously there wasn't much time there. But I believe he takes you immediately because you didn't have the chance. And because of human intervention, in many cases, it wasn't their choice.
Well, that's actually an interesting thing. I was not aware that Christians had this idea that. So I know there are various theologies in Christianity about it, but there were certainly a lot of Christians who thought that if an infant died unbaptized, they would not be saved. And that was very surprising to me because in Judaism, we definitely have this idea of being old enough to sin. And if you're not old enough to sin, then there's no sin there.
Jacob,
what?
I was rewatching your talk with Father Stephen Young, and you were talking first one.
Okay.
And you were talking about how to live is to be sinful. How this idea of Christ as this unsinful man, right? The righteous person falls 7 times.
Okay, yes. So there are various categories of sins. So there's sin as in chet, which means to miss the mark. And it is impossible as a human being not to miss the mark. So we believe that it is impossible for human beings not to miss the mark, but that's not like the type of sin you end up in hell for, you know.
That's an interesting comment. I was reminded of a story about a monk who, and when you talk about missing the mark, which is a heck of a lot better translation, correct translation of what sin means versus you're a terrible, horrible person. No, you're created in the image and likeness of God. That's what an Orthodox would say. But by our free will, we can miss the mark. And what's the missing of the mark is the growth that you would get getting closer and closer um, um, to God. But going back to the story of this monk, he was he had a drinking problem, and all of the other monks in the uh, at the particular monastery didn't like him. He disgusted them. And one day uh, he passed away, and they were actually elated, as the story goes, and actually went to the abbot, or what do we call them, Tim?
Yeah,
The
that's right.
Yeah, and kind of wanted to get what the thoughts were from the abbot, thinking that he would be happy too, because he wasn't a very good representative of the monastery. But the abbot corrected them, says, "You don't understand. When," I'll just make up a name,
We'll call him
Seraphim.
Chris.
When Seraphim was a young boy, the Turks took him and abused him sexually. And to kill the pain, they gave him raki, which is a Greek liqueur. And so this boy grew up being fed raki while they did whatever that is that they did to him. By the time he got to the monastery, over time, those 2 bottles of raki ended getting down to 2 shots of raki. He was growing. It's like the St. John's ladder, that you're to miss the mark. You can make progress, but still not be completely rid of missing the mark. But you are making an effort through your faith to get to where God wants us to be. And that to me says a lot in alignment with missing the mark. And for anyone that still struggles, I'll be the first one to admit there are still things that I still struggle with that I can lay aside for a long, long time. And all of a sudden, the devil made me do it, kind of a thing. I'll just say my own free will gave in to the temptation. And well, I'm still here. And Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. May you remember me as like the thief on the cross, that it's not necessary. What is the first hour versus the 11th hour? I still got some time, and thank God. And then whatever's to be will be. But I have faith that he knows my heart, and his love for me and my love for him. Well, I guess I can't say for sure. But
Well, I mean, I think that's true of the vast majority of people, but there are people who are actually bad people, right? There are people who are actually bad people, and one of the things that I have several times had to point out to people is, especially in this little corner, especially people who come from a Protestant background, is not to mistake yourself for the genuinely bad people. Like there there are you have to have a sort of, I don't want to call it pride, but you have to have a sense of tranquility over the fact that there are sins you could be committing. You could be a much worse person than you actually are, and you should in fact have a sense of peace over that.
Right.
I
And
would
that's a good point. But don't forget about Calvinism.
I don't know, Jacob. Because
Oh,
I would
I can.
almost call it
no,
humility.
because Vervaeke talks about this sense of in-betweenness, right? Like, well, in Christianity, it's like we split up the coming of the Messiah between first and second, right? In some sense, Luther's kind of right when he says, in some sense, we're saints and we're also sinners, right?
Yeah, but then what Luther did was revel in his sin.
Yeah, which is not good. But when you talk about like being glad you're not a whatever murderer and fornicator and yada yada yada, like
So
okay,
thing,
yes,
number
but
one thing I say to
but if
people
you
who tell me they are the
stop
worst
getting
of
rid of
sinners.
the in-betweenness, Jacob. Come
No, no,
on.
no, no,
No,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no.
no, no.
It's I'm not getting rid of the in betweenness. I'm getting rid of this idea that in between means extremes of both.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so here's how Orthodox approach it. Orthodox Christians, we have a simple prayer, and I have used this prayer when I'm under attack. And when I say under attack, I mean under attack. And at some point in time, I'll share the term logisme and what that means from an Orthodox perspective. But where was I going to go with this? We
Nope,
say
you're
what's
done.
called
Okay.
the Jesus prayer. And this is how it goes. But the right way to say it is because when we begin coming into Lent, Paschal Lent, in order for it to work for us is has to do with our humility. And you can't have humility unless you look at yourself this way. And I'll say the Jesus prayer first in its simple form. And it's just said over and over and over again. You're not having to be elaborate. You can say some other things, but Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me. But to make it more specific, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, a sinner. But to make it even more exact, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, the sinner. I'm not judging anybody else because we're told not to judge others. Before you complain about or compare yourself against somebody else, well, I do all these things, but I'm not like that person, right? As the publican said, right? Um, I'm sorry, the Pharisee. Um, that if it's when you look at yourself as worse than anybody else, uh, will you get that humility. Otherwise, and I know a lot of Christians, and I know I'm just as guilty, we spend too much time judging other people. We're asked to love everyone where they're at, even if they're the worst. Christ's teaching is for us to love, at least from the Orthodox Christian standpoint, we're to love people where they're at. Do we want them to stay where they're at? No, but we can. What would Christ have done, right? So I don't know if that made any sense to you, but when we're talking about I'm not bad like these other people, um, we're looking at our own salvation, and so it has been very, very helpful for me to, rather than go, well, I'm sure glad I'm not like those people, uh, that I just look at my own self and say, Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, the sinner. And then again, when we say a prayer before we take communion, it ends, remember me, like the thief on the cross. So, and the thief on the cross, look at his whole life, what he did. And it's hard for people to think that, oh, I mean, there's tons of stories in the New Testament, right? The prodigal son. I did all of these things and you take this one over here and whatever. You can get the same thing at the 11th hour as the person who from the very beginning had a halo around his head or her head. I don't know. You're smiling there, Jacob. What are your?
I am, because I'm not gonna run Jacob's greatest hits on you. It's Clown of Babylon says, "I'm sure glad I'm not like those Pharisees."
There you go. I like that one.
Yeah.
But the reality is, there was actually a sermon done on it. Is that it doesn't mean that the Pharisee was doing the wrong things. He went to the synagogue. He did all the things that were asked to do. His one fault was in judging someone else.
So Jesus says something that, so one of the interesting things for me learning more about Christianity has been when I discuss things with Christians, oftentimes I know that they're not in the Bible, and so I would not bring them up because I would think, oh, these are rabbinic things, and so Christians wouldn't agree with them. And one thing, as I've learned more about the Gospels, is actually the Christian Bible has a record of a lot of Jewish things that goes that's a lot older than the Jewish physical records of them. So, for example, the Talmud quotes almost incessantly by the Kol midotav shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu midah keneged midah, which means all of the measures of God are measure for measure. By the measure that you judge, so shall you be judged. And when you judge other people, you bring judgments upon yourself. Now, I mean, so Elijah is what's called a Noahide, which is a Gentile who believes in Orthodox Judaism. I know, weird thing, they just popped out of nowhere. And so he's prodding with a deep knowledge of Judaism when he says, how can sin be known as sin without judgment against it? And I think that's where I was kind of smiling, because I do think that we are bound to sin. We are bound to judge sin. And like Deuteronomy, I believe it's 29:29 says, that those things which are hidden belong to God, and those things which are revealed are ours and our children's to uphold them. So I think at some extent it is necessary to in fact judge, because
I would call that discern.
Well, I mean, if there is a practical, sometimes you have to defend the weak against the wicked. And so that is, I think, a real act of discernment, you could call it. But in even doing something like that, I think you have to recognize, okay, I am in fact standing up against people that I think are wicked. I think all of us kind of agree that it's pretty crazy what is going on with the medical transitioning of minors, right? I'll put it lightly. And so, you know, at some degree, you can be like, you know, what do I know and who am I to judge? But at some point you have to say there are children who appear to genuinely be hurt, and therefore it is my place, and I do have to make this judgment and recognize that that judgment will flow upon me as well, in the fact that I do and that I am judging.
Yeah, well, I hear you. I'm watching Trey. I want to hear what is it, Trey?
It is true.
Yeah,
I like to
yeah.
hear, but to me, what you're talking about is a different kind of judgment, and that's why I say discern. That certainly we are given the ability to know that this is not of God. This is not of what He wants. Um, so I don't have a problem with that. But when we go into the New Testament, there's two commandments: love God with all your heart, all your soul, all your mind, and love your neighbor. Those are the two. And if you do those things, you will.
Jesus cribbed that completely off our Bible. Like, that's completely plagiarizing. I don't know why he
Wait a
didn't
minute.
cite
Plagiarizing.
his
Why you
sources. Oh yeah, he
say
did.
he plagiarized?
I'm joking. I'm joking. No, it's just very. Sometimes it's kind of funny to me to hear Christians say, "Well, Jesus said," as if this isn't what Judaism taught before Jesus.
Well,
Okay, so
technically,
go
it's
ahead.
one and the
Yes,
same.
man.
Jesus and God are the same, so it's sort of like the same source. You know what I mean?
Right.
No.
Yeah. Well, okay, so that's a different perspective. But the one thing about Protestants, especially, is they go on Scripture alone, right? And of course, my response as an Orthodox Christian is, what translation? Because translations end up being
Well, even which books, because their
which books?
Bible.
Well, right,
Yeah.
right. It's a sad case for Judaism, because I used to date when I was much younger, a Jewish gal, and that's a funny story because everybody was wondering, so how is this going to work? The Greek Orthodox and they were liberal, or the more they weren't strict Orthodox Jews, but they had
Yeah,
a
you wouldn't
remark.
be dating her if they.
Yeah. So it.
But it's very funny today.
The West is so. To me, Protestants and Catholics are two sides of the same coin.
Funny.
I was gonna
We
say
feel
it's
that way
funny.
about Orthodox.
Emma
Orthodoxy
has
has a whole. It's a whole
Emma's
different
Catholic.
way.
Emma is Catholic. You're Eastern Orthodox.
Right.
Trey is a various Protestant, and Andrew is a semi-Muslim.
Get out of
I
here.
like that. Yeah, that is true.
I like that. But how sad
Are you thinking
it is.
about my randos combo, Jacob?
Yes, I loved it. I completely agree with you. I think a lot of people who convert to Eastern Orthodoxy in the United States from Protestants, they actually do it for Protestant reasons.
Yeah. Protestant reasons?
Yeah, I think they're very Protestant in their embrace of Eastern Orthodoxy.
I had a son-in-law whose grandfather was a pastor, Protestant pastor, whose father was a Protestant pastor. And John, my son-in-law, who's married to my stepdaughter, went to Baptist seminary and came out as a ordained pastor in the Protestant faith. But over time, he began to learn about Orthodoxy, even though, he was a Calvinist. That's how different.
God have mercy on the soul.
Different. But he is now Orthodox. There's nothing, it took him a lot of time to get to where he needed to be where he's at. I don't see anything that he's carrying over that is Protestant. Because
Decentralized
Hold,
ecclesiology.
hold up. I got
say
even a
that
hotter take. I
what,
think I think Orthodox is more Buddhist than Protestant.
huh,
What?
interesting.
Explain
Why
that one.
here? I'll say it. I think
That's
that
spicy.
I
Well,
think
this is an
that if you're
interesting point.
looking, I think if you're looking for the more mystical experience, right? Either your choices are you go to Buddhism or you go to Orthodoxy,
Hmm.
right? In some sense, if you want the sort of mystical experiences, that's
Good.
what I see from a lot of people. That's all I'm saying.
Mystical.
I
I'm
think
only
the
Oh,
nodding my
Catholic
head.
mystical tradition gets overlooked, especially in this little corner. But
it does. But also the charismatic tradition.
Mhm.
true.
They're a little crazy though.
So this killed me.
What's this?
So there was somebody who was stealing Bibles from the Arizona legislature room for members of the legislature. Like and they put in a camera and they found out who it was, and she was putting them under seat cushions. Like that's almost desecration. She's an ordained Presbyterian minister, went to Princeton Seminary, and she's a youth minister at her church. And people are talking about the legislature disciplining her, and I'm like, why has she not been defrocked?
Yeah.
Do they call it that?
I think so.
Well, that's because of what their beliefs are.
I don't think they have beliefs.
Honestly,
They're
like,
spineless, man. They're Protestant.
You know what I was going to say to is that
They're woman ordained Protestant.
unfortunately, from the Protestant standpoint, it's only scripture. They ignore the history of the church. It's like kind of like it existed in the first century and then it went into apostasy and it came out in the 16th century and everyone else in between was off. Even though it says neither the gates of hell would
Yeah,
prevail against the church. But
I
if you read second century, third century, fourth century, fifth century writings, and I'll start with second century Irenaeus on heresy. We've taken heresy as a damning thing. It's actually number one. When he writes, he says, "Don't go, don't break off, stay in the faith." And it's not about one person, but unfortunately that's how we are. I don't agree with you, so I'm going to start another church. And that's why I said that's where Protestantism comes. If I don't like the drummer, I'm going to go join another church so I can get, from a Catholicism standpoint, there was a split that was made um, early on, and Protestantism came out of Orthodoxy. Protestantism tried to connect with the Orthodox Church because now the Orthodox Church is under the Ottoman Turks. So, but I don't know if you guys have ever read the discourse or the letters that were written between emissaries from the Lutherans to the patriarch Jeremiah in Constantinople, trying to see, hey, we know about you. We believe that you're the church, but here's what we're doing. Here's what we had against the Roman Catholics, et cetera, et cetera. If you guys haven't heard of it, I'll get the title. I have the book here.
we've heard of it. I mean, people Jordan Cooper and certain people have certainly mentioned it, but part of the reason I don't think they've actually quoted. So I have this idea that people will quote things unless they know it, like there's nothing in it that's good for them. And because I keep on hearing Protestants talk about these letters and never quoting from them, it makes me assume that like the response they got from the patriarchs of the East was not very good for their thing.
Well, what they found out from their perspective is there was too much from their standpoint that seem to be like what Catholics do.
Mhm.
But they're very cordial letters. They're not angry, but it was actually Patriarch Jeremiah that ended the conversation in a very loving way. Peace be with you, but we're just sharing you with the church. And this is for me in the 21st century. When I read the writings that were written by disciples of the apostles and the disciples of the apostles on down line, I know I'm in the Orthodox Church has maintained the teachings, because I'm going, that's the church I belong to. What's being described by Irenaeus uh, is, and others for sure, Athanasius in the 4th century, who's the one that came up with the 27 books. There were lots of books that were being written even in the 1st century that were not true, and they were tossed aside.
Okay, so the young guys on the bottom here are having their little trolling messages in the private chat.
I want to see them. I miss. Listen, and Orthodox have Putin. Well, just want to say Catholics have Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi. Well, we can. I like that. Hey, there's sin. There is sin in all aspects. But before you say Orthodox have Putin, um, there have been more martyrs come out of the communist countries than ever in history.
This
But
is
unfortunately,
yeah.
I believe that the patriarch in Russia is, if he didn't say what he was in support of Putin, he would be dead.
He would be dead. And I have to say, I mean, maybe you can verify this better, but I'm guessing what I'm going to say is not so shocking. This is something I often tell people who are ortho bros. I don't know if you've heard of ortho bros, but there are people on the internet who think that they're Orthodox, and they think they're more Orthodox than the Orthodox, and they tend to be very ignorant, and people refer to them as the ortho bros. And one thing I have had to mention to them is I think cradle Orthodox, especially those who live in places like other countries than the United States.
I'm a child of immigrants, so
Yeah.
I still have family in Greece.
They do not really look up to the patriarchs and the hierarchy the same. They love their priests, but like once you start talking about bishops and stuff,
yeah.
Excuse my language, but this is something I've heard. Shit floats to the top. You know, there's a.
And this is why every single time,
And yet you want Father Eric to become Pope?
Well, I want Father Eric to become Pope because, frankly, I think it would be a vast improvement over all the other bishops in the Catholic Church. But that's just my personal thing.
Well, no, here's the history.
Also, he believes in the monarchical trinity.
There were two that I can recall attempts by emperors on the Byzantine side with some support from clergy, that because the Catholics were saying, we'll come and help you, but you have to convert to Catholicism. And you know what? They were willing to do that, but it was the people. It was the people that said, no, you're not. No, we're not. So it wasn't, that's the difference between the West with Catholicism. And what I'm saying is that Catholicism got it down to where it's the Pope, correct me if I'm wrong, Emma, is both the governing body and the religious leader. That didn't exist. Even in America, where we say separation of church and state. Separation of church and state was already in the Orthodox world.
Well, okay, you're talking more along the lines of the Papal States. This is over 100 years ago.
I'm just talking about the difference between, we do things through council, And the reason why there has not been a council that has been recognized by the Orthodox after the Seventh Ecumenical Council is because for it to be an ecumenical council, you have to have the whole body.
I would love
Yeah.
to see a reunification of the Eastern Orthodox with the Catholics. I really
I
would.
think
would as
I
well.
think the Oriental Orthodox is going to be reunified with the Eastern Orthodox before that ever happens.
I
That's
was
an
actually-
interesting statement. I say we're like Humpty Dumpty. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Christianity back together again. But
No.
if
I'm
it was
afraid
to
you're right, but
happen,
I hope you're not.
yeah, I think it's a sad state. But
Well,
one person
No,
told me
no.
I believe the
hypothetical-
Messiah will come, and then all the Christians will come back into the fold.
The Messiah will come again.
All I know is Christ. John said at the end. Was it John that said at the end of his gospel, "Watch and pray.
Mhm.
Watch and pray." I have a son. I have a brother-in-law that is just rapture kind of thing, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's like watch and pray. It just like death. Yeah, we're all going to die. We don't know when. We're all going to die our earthly lives. So the end will happen. But for us to get so consumed on that area, we're missing the mark. Going back to we're sinning. It doesn't look like sin, but it's sinning against the church.
I was reading today. I tried reading up on the Patriarch of Jerusalem.
Uh-huh.
Oof,
No.
that's a mess.
Hmm.
It's a real mess. Like
Just like us, huh?
Well, hold on, no.
We're all made up.
It's Eastern Orthodox. I have to say the Christian, like, yes, the rabbinate is a huge mess. I have to say, but I was reading about, like, trying to figure out who is the most, like, legitimate Eastern Orthodox like Patriarch of Jerusalem, and wow, like, it's a real mess. It's a real
Well, this is why it's so important, just like with human beings. No patriarch has any jurisdiction over any other patriarch in the Orthodox world. Everything is done in council. Because
I mean, that's real easy for you to say, but we have a Greek Patriarch of Alexandria and a Coptic Patriarch of Alexandria.
Yeah, George,
and,
I have to say, part of what makes the Jerusalem Patriarchate a mess is all the Greek priests coming and taking over. Like, all the laity, they're all Arabs, and the entire hierarchy is Greek. And that's been causing, because it's a very, very wealthy patriarchate. And so, like, all these priests coming from Greece, and like the bishops and all of them, and they're all kind of under the ecumenical patriarch's thumb, and like it's been a huge mess. It really has been.
Well, the history of Christianity has been a huge mess.
The history of humanity has been a huge mess.
That's not anyone's fault, but humanity missing the mark.
Correct.
And what do we do when people or groups miss the mark?
We pray.
We pray. And
Yep.
as far as our relationship with them, you know, we try to influence them, whatever. Yeah, you know. And
Well,
then when we look, but thank you for bringing Andrew that. I love that name, by the way, because Andrew was the first patriarch of Byzantium or Constantinople. You knew that, right?
I went to Andrew's baptism. What, has it been a month yet?
Yeah.
And he chose to keep Andrew.
Yeah.
It was he was thinking about it, and then at the moment the hegemon said, "You're keeping Andrew?" He said yes.
Well, I find it fascinating that Scotland for example, has as their patron saint Andrew.
Yeah.
And when you look at the history of the Galatians, which is actually Celtic, but they were in Anatolia at the time, but they migrated eventually up into what now is Scotland. Now that's my theory, because why do they have Andrew as their patron saint? Um, just one of those little
Richard
roads
Rowland
that
would probably know.
What's that?
Very few people are aware of this, but the British flag is actually a combination of St. George's Cross and St. Andrew's Cross.
Yeah, I was going to mention also with George, of course, that's my saint and protector of the church. So I couldn't have been given a better name, because that's my whole life, is defender of the church.
Have you been to Georgia? You have to
No,
go to
but
Georgia.
my neighbors across the street are Georgian, and they in fact just left this morning to go back and visit family.
You know, George, Tim was talking about Burn earlier.
Who?
Burn Power. You really should check out his channel. He lives in Georgia, not American Georgia, in Georgia.
Right?
Georgia,
No, I
Tbilisi.
that's what I was talking about.
And he was so he was involved in the Jesus Freaks movement in the 60s and 70s, and you might actually really like his channel.
Well, if you can post it on the chat.
Actually, Phil, Tim already did. It's called The Anadromist. Here.
Say that again, because
it's The Anadromist. Burn Power. He's very popular in this little corner of the internet. I had him on my channel, and yeah, he anadromist. So anadromous fish are fish that swim upstream. So that's where he got his name from.
Okay.
He lived in Alaska for a long time. But Burn Power is his name, and
Okay.
he does a lot of interesting discussions. I think you would really. I actually think you and Burn might hit it off. You guys can reminisce about what was the name of that thing you went to?
Woodstock.
No,
Woodstock, Altamont. Yeah,
Altamont.
Stock of the West.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now you guys need to go out, find a song on Google, look at the last one. I think it's the 4th or 5th verse, and that's exactly what I experienced. I'm going to have to, because I have a brand new granddaughter, and my daughter is going to be calling me any minute now. She hasn't called yet, but what a pleasure it is to join this group.
It's great having you.
Jacob, you're
Yeah, great to
correct.
talk to you.
You I thought I talked a lot, but you have very, very good points and challenges and what have you, and that's always good to have. Emma, very nice to meet you. I didn't get to hear too much from you, and the young guys. I don't know what generation, but I actually hung out with a young man. He's only 18 or 19. And so I asked him,
I feel
just based upon what he was saying, are you a Gen Z? And he goes, yep, I'm proud of it. And I go, because you are refreshing. You are not like, in fact, I could relate more to Gen Z and the thoughts that are coming out and their viewpoint than all the subsequent ones after boomers. So anyways, I would very much like to hear from Trey and Andrew more if they would be so kind to do that, and brave to just push in and share what your thoughts are.
Thanks. We love talking.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna say good night, and I'll see you next Monday. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good meeting you, George.
Is it
Right.
2? I think Tim said it was 2 Mondays.
Tim does it every other Monday.
Oh,
I
every
have
other
a Hebrew Bible study every Wednesday.
Mhm.
Okay, I was kind of maybe before I get off because my daughter hasn't called yet. Um, is why is it called the Greek Bible study?
Because I have a Hebrew Bible study,
Okay, okay,
and
so
with the Hebrew Bible, and that's what mine was on Wednesdays. And Tim decided he wanted to do New Testament, and to so mine is mostly actually like looking at it's supposed to be looking at the actual Hebrew and translations and things like that. My channel initially was just me teaching biblical Hebrew, and it just turned into this weird thing that it is.
okay, so the thought that I came up with is because we use the Septuagint,
Mhm.
which is the translation of
Yeah.
So
of the Hebrew, because nobody was speaking Hebrew at the time of Christ, the general population. But
so
I'll
you
leave you with
might want
this.
to
I'll leave you
watch.
with this. Have you studied the things that have come out of the Dead Sea Scrolls?
Yes, we
That
talk a lot about
that the Masoretic text is a 6th century AD version,
I'm sorry.
and that things out of the Dead Sea Scrolls actually
So no.
yeah,
No, just completely.
No, your
you're cutting
internet
out.
has
You're cutting out.
your internet has
highly
decided that
yeah,
you don't get
I
to get
highly
your word
recommend-
in edgewise this time.
Say that.
I highly recommend you watch the first Greek Bible study we had, because that's part of what we started talking about.
Okay,
But
I just wanted to get clarity
Yeah,
on
he
why
was
we're
fine with that.
calling it Greek Bible study and what have you. And yeah, we have more
Go
books than
go
the
back.
Catholics have, and more books
Yeah.
than the Protestants have.
George, go look
Does
at
Greek
the first
Orthodox have
6
more
hour.
books in it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What book?
I don't.
Well,
Well, I have my Bible
haven't you
right here.
seen Father Stephen's book, The Apocrypha? Father Stephen just
Released,
published
yeah,
a new
yeah.
book. Oh, it's right here.
I
Yeah.
thought Enoch was the only book that sometimes showed up.
It's
in
not as
Orthodox.
Only in this guy.
Yeah, I can't. Okay. Yeah.
There's
So
a ton.
I'm
There's a
looking
ton.
at the Orthodox Study Bible. Which way do I go?
Yeah, that's
And yeah, to Emma's question, it has a list, and probably we have what? Let's just say 3 or 4 more than Roman Catholic Old Testament. When I say books, I don't mean New Testament. That's
George.
the
Yeah.
same.
I
And then the
highly
Protestants-
highly recommend you watch the first Greek Bible study we had.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
6 hours long,
Oh,
and we
yeah.
had.
I
And
think I'm retired.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Oh,
Hello,
you
hello.
summoned
Oh,
him.
there's Father and I have
Things-
to go.
Things got out of control.
Oh, I was about to end this stream, Father Stephen.
I can go if you want.
No, don't you
But I
dare.
have to go. Father Stephen, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yes. I'm trying, as a cradle Orthodox, that born in this country around Roman Catholics and Protestants, and how my life was surrounded by that, to where I did deep study for many, 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 many years of why the difference is. And I'll just end with, eventually I stopped doing that. I don't read, my wife used to say, can't you read anything other than, theology or, books on, and well, I'm at the point, at least I have been the last 5 to 10 years, is that I know a lot of history. I know a lot about the differences between the faiths as much as one can, to where that's no longer where I'm at. Where I'm at is being what we're called to be, which is Christ-like. And no theological dissertation with everyone I run into is going to result in anything but interesting arguments.
Well, Father Stephen, you have to understand, was a Protestant minister, and now he's working on his second dissertation, and he writes books faster than I can read them. He is now an Antiochian archpriest.
Okay. Well, I really do look forward to seeing all of you again. And
I'm just impressed you were at Altamont. That's my thing.
you're depressed.
I'm
and
impressed.
Impressed. Well, why does I always say my father was a retired Marine, 22 years in the Marine Corps, 20 years in the Sheriff's Department. He was at Guadalcanal, Tarawa, Saipan, Tinian. And that's to get excited about. I mean, what a terrible thing. But now I have the next generation after me going, you were at Altamont? I can't believe it. And I'm
Like
going,
when I met Father Peter Gilquist, who became Orthodox and everything.
Yeah.
Like everybody, what was it like coming to the Orthodox? What was it like? When I met him, he wrote a biography of Johnny Cash.
Really?
Back when he was a Protestant. And when he wrote it, he went and lived with Johnny for
Man.
like a month. And so when I met him, I was just like, tell me about Johnny Cash. Like, I don't care about that.
Interesting. That's funny. That's very funny. Yeah. And I told everybody so you must have heard on the Altamont about Don McLean and his, I can still hear people saying, oh, come on, George. And I go, well, somebody else at least documented what I saw and what I experienced. And I thank the Lord for giving me that ability to discern. Even if I follow through on certain things, I know that I'm going down a path I shouldn't be going down. Lord have mercy on me. I'm going to let you guys go. What a pleasure. I'll see you in 2 weeks, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Good meeting you, George.
Good meeting you too. Good night.
And just for Father Stephen, Happy Cam is back.
Happy Cam.
I have missed Happy Cam. Mm-hmm. It was one of the best value-added features of your show. Like, you ought to set up a Patreon and have the Patreon be, you get to see the Happy Cam.
So people have told me I should set up Patreon and stuff. I generally dislike the idea of getting paid for teaching biblical Hebrew.
Right. But they're not paying for that. They're
But
paying
you
for
could
the
get
Happy Cam.
paid for showing video of Happy.
Yeah. You can even set it up as her channel.
I'm just waiting for Shadow to crawl into bed with Happy, so then I can say cats and dogs are living together peacefully.
Mass hysteria. Oh
yeah, no. the Messiah is. So people have been complaining that you haven't been showing up, Father Stephen, and I said he might be just busy with actually being an archpriest and writing more books faster than I can read them.
Probably, yeah. Tons of stuff. But well, plus, like, and you haven't been on as much because you were traveling and stuff, but a lot of times, like, if you're on and there's a good conversation going on, I don't want to interrupt it.
Mm-hmm.
But we have people saying crazy things, like we use the Greek in the Masoretic texts of the 6th century. Like, somebody has to do something, right?
Well, so George is a cradle.
Yeah, no, I know.
Orthodox.
No, I know.
Yeah, and like you've explained many times before, this is something that was often said. Especially, I mean, he comes from a Greek background.
Yeah. There's this urban legend stuff. Yeah, and that's not the craziest thing I've heard. I had a cradle Lebanese Orthodox guy tell me that the whole Bible was written in Biblos. That's how it got its name. in Aramaic by the Phoenicians. And then they gave it to the Greeks, who translated the whole thing into Greek.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. I haven't heard that before.
Reminds me of teaching Latin camps for 8 to 11-year-olds today. I heard so many facts about Julius Caesar that I never knew.
He invented salads.
Like how he was married to Cleopatra.
Oh, yeah.
And
well, that was probably the parents not wanting to explain extramarital relations.
Yeah, that probably
they got
was.
married. That's how that happened.
Unfortunately, there's yeah. Well, but Mark Antony is still in there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So, Father Stephen, have I
Herod
ever
tried to be in there and failed.
It was settled that Cleopatra really loved Mark Antony because she had more kids with Mark Antony.
That makes sense.
But yeah.
So have I
It
ever
was
told
cute.
you the story of the time I was arguing with some people about religion in Spanish?
No.
So when I was in junior high school, I was learning Spanish, and there was a Catholic and a Protestant student who were arguing in Spanish about religion, and I got in there and I was saying this and that, and towards the end of it, one of them said, I forget which one it was, let's say it was the Catholic, says, you must be Catholic. You really know your religion. Like, nope, not Catholic. The other one's like, see, you must be Protestant. You really, like, nope, not
Know the
Protestant.
Bible.
And the two of them couldn't even imagine, like, what could you possibly be if you're not Catholic or Protestant? And I said, soy judío. I'm Jewish. One of them.
Jacob, I'm not doubting that this is a real thing that happened to you, but also it sounds like one of those rabbinic stories that gets passed around like all the time.
This actually happened to me.
Yes. And that's totally acceptable, by the way. Stories just tell better in the first person sometimes.
So
any preacher who doesn't agree with that publicly is just a liar.
So he goes, no, you're not. I'm like, yes, I am. No, you're not. Yeah, I am. He's like, no tienes cuernos. you don't have horns. Like, and I start trying to explain to him, no, like being
Moses
Jewish is a religion, just like anybody else. And the other guy comes to my defense. He's like, yeah, my dad told me Jews are just people who believe in Judas.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, judaísmo.
Yeah.
Judas makes perfect sense.
Yeah. A couple other people with that same name, but yeah.
Yeah. I was actually looking up the history of the Patriarchate in Jerusalem today, because I've actually been like pondering the type of stuff you've been talking about, and one of the last patriarchs before the Muslims, his name was Judas, and it's like, really, Judas is patriarch of, like, I didn't think many Christians took that name.
Yeah, well, you'd have to find out. Like, there's Saint Jude, who wrote the book of Jude in the New Testament, the brother of Jesus. So people take his name. That would probably be the most common one for a Christian to take. Now, it's traditional, and it's especially traditional in monasticism in the Holy Land for monastics to take Old Testament saint names. So it's not impossible.
Might actually be even Judah, you mean?
Might be Old Testament Judah, yeah. And Judas is just the Greek form of the name, because Greek names have to end with a sigma.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, Judas's name was just Judah.
I didn't realize the sigma was mandatory.
Yeah, it just gets tacked on. Like Elijah is Eliah, it becomes Elias in Greek, right?
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Because Greek also conjugates names. So you have to be able to do nominative, genitive, right? Jesus, Yesu, Yeso.
Oh, so
Cetera.
actually, okay, so Judas was Judah Kyriakos, also popularly as Judas of Jerusalem, was the great grandson of Jude, brother of Jesus, and the last Jewish bishop of Jerusalem. So this was actually
Okay.
the second temple.
So he was going back to
Bar
a,
Kokhba.
yeah.
Yeah. So he was actually a direct descendant of Jude, the brother of Jesus,
Okay.
who's the other brother of Jesus, who became the
Yeah.
patriarch of Jerusalem. And I wasn't aware that it became part of the Pentarchy like in the 5th century or something.
Yeah. Because it wasn't even the metropolis. Because after the Romans got done with Jerusalem,
It's
right? Like it was not the major city of the province. So they renamed the province from Judea to Palestina.
right.
And
The metropolitan of Caesarea was the one who
right. And so they made it post Constantine, post St. Helen coming and tearing down the pagan temples and reinitializing the holy sites. They at I think it was at Chalcedon. It was either at Ephesus or Chalcedon that they made it gave it honorarily the 5th place.
Jerusalem?
Yeah. Or as they called it then, Aelia.
Yeah, the fourth ecumenical council in 451.
Yeah, Chalcedon. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bishop of Jerusalem was elevated to the rank of patriarch.
So Andrew may not acknowledge the Bishop of Jerusalem as being anything special. I don't know.
Well, apparently there's a Coptic patriarch of Jerusalem as well.
No, I thought Armenian.
Apparently that too, but I was trying to figure it out. Apparently, the vast majority of Christians in Israel are Melkites, which is Byzantine Catholics.
Right. Yeah. They're a group that broke off in the 18th century from the Patriarchate of Antioch.
Yeah, I found that really interesting.
Yeah, it came under the Pope.
That is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they're kind of like, so are there horrible relations with Antioch? Okay, relations with Antioch? No relations.
Well, there's sort of no relations up above. On the ground, there are pretty good relations. And the Middle Eastern Christians tend to just see themselves as Middle Eastern Christians.
Yeah.
Especially the ones in majority Muslim countries. They're sort of less concerned about the fine distinctions.
In Iran, the word for Christian everybody uses is Armenian.
Yeah.
That's just how you say Christian in Farsi, basically, in popular language.
Yeah. Well, the term Melkite, ironically, before that was a slang term for Orthodox Christians from non-Chalcedonians.
Yeah,
I from Melki. It's like you're with the king, right? Meaning the Byzantine emperor.
Yeah.
Right.
These Orientals making all the problems.
Yeah, just stirring the pot all over the Mediterranean basin.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm not very happy with Chalcedon.
Hey, you. We're going to have to have an Archbishop, a Patriarch of Jerusalem, be the Pope of everybody soon enough. So
yeah, that's what Father Stephen DeYoung says.
Like, how do you envision that happening? Do you see that as a miraculous thing possibly happening, or how do you think
that would be a miraculous thing?
It would be a miraculous thing.
Because
Yeah,
this is miraculous from my perspective. From your perspective, it might be the great apostasy, the greater mass of Jewish people accepting Jesus as the Messiah. But from my perspective, that would be a miraculous event.
I don't think
Well,
Rome's going to give
okay,
up their
let's
French
say the
place.
chief rabbinate tomorrow.
They're
like,
not part
the
of
chief,
this anyway.
Let's say the chief rabbi tomorrow claims he believes Jesus is the Messiah. I have a very hard time seeing the rest of the world's Christians following along, especially the Patriarch of Moscow.
It would depend. Well, there would be politicking involved, right? But I think you underestimate the current resentment against the Patriarch of Constantinople. Who wants to be the Pope very much.
I was reading, so the Greek Orthodox Church in Israel, like, basically, like, it's like one of the biggest landowners in the state of Israel.
For now, yeah. Every time there's a new patriarch, the Israeli government, so the way all their statutes are set up was from under the Turks, under the Ottomans.
Right.
And so therefore the election has to be approved by the civil authority.
Right.
And so every time there's a new patriarch of Jerusalem, the Israeli government says, yeah, we'll approve you if, right, you sell us this.
Well, apparently the previous one, the most recent one, was deposed like in 2007 because he sold land to Israel.
And so there's always this tension, right? And
apparently they're all Greek priests.
Yes, they're all Greeks. Because I doubt the Israeli government right now would approve a Palestinian to be Patriarch of Jerusalem.
Honestly,
somehow. I'm just going to throw that out there.
I really wonder why they don't just eminent domain a lot of. I mean, owned by a church, like. I really wonder why they don't eminent domain a lot of the land, because it's not like these lands are like churches or anything.
Right. If it's churches and monasteries and holy sites, that's one thing. If it's just we're extracting rent, that's another thing.
So Israel's Knesset officially is built on land leased from the Greek Orthodox Church.
So as a Dutch person, I can't knock the hustle, right? But
so there's apparently, like, in the 1940s, there was a 99-year lease, and Israel decided to build its legislature on this 99.
Well, I'm sure with inflation and everything, they've made out like bandits, though, on that lease for that long. That's.
I'm guessing. Yeah.
So, you want to talk about your hate crime against Anselman?
What was my hate crime against Anselman? Oh, right. The idea that sure, we can talk about that. So just to get people up to speed, there's been
your hate crimes.
there has been a conversation in this little corner about sex positivity and sex negativity, which I think is a very poor use of term. I would much rather talk about marriage positivity and marriage negativity as opposed to, because celibacy isn't only a question of chastity, right? So Judaism is pro-chastity, not pro-celibacy. And I think that's different. And so there's
different than some folks, yeah.
Yeah, so, well, depending, I mean, these words. But Jewish theology is very, very, well, Pharisaic Jewish theology is very clearly pro-marriage. And I believe this is basically what the Hebrew Bible very clearly teaches. And I actually think that the sayings of Jesus I've seen in the Gospels, which are talking about the possibility, like they are very pro, even if you are not married, you are still part of the kingdom of God, which is a Pharisaic teaching in a particular context against Sadducees and Samaritans and other forms of Jews. And we can get into the Essenes and the chastity of James the Just later. But I started understanding that a lot better after I found out that they really seemed to believe that they were looking at an imminent eschaton. Because to Bilat Ezra, right, this concept that sexual marital relations defile you in a certain, from ritual impurity, right? That's actually how the rabbis understand Miriam's discussion with Aaron in regarding Moses, right? That is definitely a concept within Judaism, right? We do have this concept that, yes, there is a sort of ritual defilement that is entailed in marital relations.
Yeah, with bodily fluids leaving the body.
Exactly.
Blood,
Yes.
semen, anything.
Yeah.
Menstruation.
Anything.
Yeah.
You're right. And so, in the midst of this discussion, I brought up Shulchan Aruch Even HaEzer 1:1, which is the first halacha in the section of the Code of Jewish Law, which you could compare to a catechism for Orthodox Judaism, is in 4 sections. And I brought up the section where it has very, very nasty things to say about people who are not married, including they are like murderers, and they make the Shekhinah flee from Israel, and they reduce the countenance of God. And lo nikra adam is the actual term, which I translated as is not considered a human being. Right? Pretty strong pro-marriage language. And Anselman thought this was obscenity and hatred of Jesus. Which, I mean, look, I think that is a valid way of reading. I mean, there is a definite Jewish rejection of the idea that Jesus, as an unmarried man, as somebody who was not actually a father, and you can spiritualize away things all you like, but he wasn't a father. The idea that he was the ideal man is just not something that follows along with a Jewish ideal of man and being Betzelem Elohim.
Yeah. So I think we've talked before in some circumstance that Christ wasn't celibate in the way that term gets used later. I find it ironic that you have Protestants defending like the Roman Catholic version of celibacy to you all of a sudden too. That's fascinating. But
Anselman is a strange guy.
What is Anselman? He
He's an
confuses me so
Anglo-Catholic.
much.
He's an Anglo-Catholic, so he doesn't know what he is. He's half Protestant, half Catholic.
It's beyond
He
that.
talks like a sede.
He's confused. That's why I feel perfectly justified in telling him to shut up. No, seriously.
But, yeah.
There are things like on the internet. There are ways. It is impossible to signal to other people the way. Like if the 5 of us were sitting in a room, right, and Father Stephen and I were talking, and Anselman made one of his stupid comments like Father Stephen doesn't know anything about Christianity, which he has said.
Yeah.
Right. the five of us would kind of all look at him and be like, okay, you need to shut up now. In a very polite, nice manner, but in a way that it would be very clear, okay, you just said something really stupid and you need to stop saying these stupid things over and over again. But what happens on the internet is when someone says something so stupid that nobody else wants to reply, they think, boom! I silenced, nobody could answer me. And it's like, no, you just said something so stupid, nobody thought they should answer you.
But yeah. So the Christ is enacting in his life being the bridegroom. And there is a pretty, I mean, read his word. He refers to himself as the bridegroom all the time. Right?
Really?
When
I did
the
not
Pharisees
understand.
ask why his disciples don't observe the fast, he says, the friends of the bridegroom do not fast while he is with them, but when he is departed from them, then they fast. Right? And in his parables, he refers to himself as the bridegroom. This is drawing on stuff in 4th Ezra and the vision of the bridegroom, or 2nd Esdras, depending on how you number it. This is a theme, right? In Orthodox Holy Week, the services on the first 3 days are called the bridegroom matins, right? Like this is a theme, right? And I think there's a framework for that within Judaic prophetism, right? Because compared to a lot of the things enacted by a lot of the prophets, even vis-a-vis marriage, Hosea, that's not even extreme, right? Enacting being a bridegroom.
So what do you think about the marriage
chaste,
between
right?
What do you think about the marriage between Jesus and Mary being symbolically necessary? What do you think of that?
Mary, like his mother?
Yes.
No, I don't think that's symbolically necessary.
Okay.
Yeah, no, not at all. I think Mary is very clearly the reason her early significance that we know already from the 2nd century is because they had the idea of the Geburah from David's line of kings, where you announce the name of the mother, right? So if they think he's the Davidic Messiah, then his mother is important, right?
See, when I first heard about this concept of Gevirah, so Gevirah, like, just to explain to people, in the Bible, with the mothers of certain kings,
Judah, the line of Judah.
It mentions that they're mothers' name. Now, for me, this is kind of like Queen Mother. Okay, this is like for the king to be actually respectful of his mother, if she is still alive, makes perfect sense. And I don't view it as some sort of office or necessity or the type of thing that I've heard you kind of make.
But it was in the text. I mean, I know knock is for girls, right? But but this is an office, right? Solomon has a throne brought out for Bathsheba to sit in.
She's his mother.
As his closest advisor, number one. Number two.
She's his mother.
Number two, Athaliah.
Okay. I don't even know that name. Okay.
Or what? Atalyah.
Okay.
Trying to think what the Hebrew pronunciation would be.
Again, you have to realize knock
is for girls. Exactly.
For girls.
Right.
I don't know my knock very well.
She was from Ahab's family.
Okay.
From the clan of Omri in the north.
Okay.
But married into the Davidic line.
Okay.
And became the queen mother. And proceeded to try to exterminate, using her power in that role.
Okay.
Try to exterminate the line of David.
Okay.
In 2 Kings.
Okay.
So this was a role that had power, that had political power.
Well, I mean, the king's mother has political power. I don't see how this is separate from the fact that she's the king's mother.
Well, why didn't they have that in the Northern Kingdom? Why didn't they have that in
Because
any
they
of
weren't
Judas'
as
papers?
good to their moms.
This is
because they did not follow the 10 Commandments as they should have in the 10
No,
Commandments.
like well, that's certainly true. But in the Northern Kingdom, the queen was the king's favored wife, not his mother. So, like Jezebel, right, was the queen, right? Ahab's favored wife, right? He had others, but that was she was the one he favored for whatever reason, right? In Judah, the one who had the power of the queen was the mother of the current king. And all I'm saying is, this is something specific, an institution specific to the line of David. And so if you are a Jewish person who thinks that Jesus is the Davidic Messiah, you would accord Mary the kind of honor, including referring to her as queen, if you think Jesus is king and Messiah, right?
Okay.
That you would to the Davidic line.
I'm
Right?
just finishing up the Jesus Dynasty by James Tabor, and I mean, he obviously he has a book coming out on Mary, actually, and he obviously has a lot of respect for Mary. Obviously, a woman who had 3 sons who were, James, Jude, like, she was an important person. Like, I don't even understand how that works with this concept that she was a virgin after she gave birth to Jesus. Because, like, really, James and Simon were both not actual brothers of Jesus.
They were Joseph's sons from a previous.
So they would have to be older than Jesus.
Yes. Yeah. The Orthodox icon of the flight into Egypt shows St. James leading the donkey that not pregnant Mary, that Mary and Jesus are sitting on.
Simon was when did Simon stop being patriarch? Like around 90?
Could be, yeah.
Makes him really, really old if he's older than Jesus.
Yeah.
And he was patriarch into, like,
yeah.
I guess I could look up.
But we know that about Jesus' brothers from the same sources that tell us that Simon was patriarch.
Simeon of Jerusalem was bishop from 63 to either 107 or 117.
Yeah. But those dates are from the same sources that tell us that these are Jesus' older siblings. And when do you think they were born? Joseph was dead.
Well,
Joseph died before Jesus did.
Well, this is why this is why James Tabor believes that Clophas, the brother of Joseph, married Mary.
Right, but there's no source for that. No, there's not. There is no.
There's no source for it, but
there's no ancient source that says that.
Right, but it makes sense.
Well, if we're talking about what's possible, I mean, all kinds of things are possible, right? I mean, it's possible that they were virgin births. It's possible that they're his cousins. It's possible that,
Well,
if we're going with possible,
most people would not say it's possible they were virgin births because most people believe Jesus' virgin birth was unique, which I realize you know better than.
Well,
yes, I know. Yes, yeah. Isaiah 7. But for most Christians, when I point out that Isaiah 7 to be about Jesus would have to be about Jesus also, they lose their mind.
Yeah. But so this is one of the problems. This is one of the problems. This is why we don't have the Holy Family icons that Roman Catholics do, that portray Joseph as a young man. because there's a theology of sexuality expressed there. That Joseph and Mary are the ideal young couple because they never had sex, even though they were married.
Mm.
And we reject that,
Mm.
right? Because the ancient documents say that Saint Joseph was an elderly man, that Mary had been brought to the temple by her parents because they were elderly when they had her and prayed for a child because her mother, Saint Anna, had been barren. They gave her to the temple, but then when she reached the point of menstruation, she couldn't be around the temple anymore.
Okay,
and so she was betrothed to.
I am not aware of like this being a Jewish as opposed to a Greek thing of bringing orphans to the temple.
Well, no, it's not an orphan. It's like Samuel.
Samuel
and there were the women
was
at the
serving in the
Right.
temple.
There were women at the gates of the tabernacle. Second Maccabees refers to the women who are doing that at the temple as the virgins at the temple.
I don't know second. I know Second Maccabees even less than I know.
Yeah. That doesn't mean they're not. Now you get this Christianized version of it where there were like nuns, right? Like at the temple, which is not the case, right?
Okay.
But that it was usually older women.
Okay.
Right? Who were widows or whatever and didn't have anyone to look
So,
after them, who would go to the temple and would help.
And-
with things.
Right. So
Yeah.
widows and the elderly in general going to Jerusalem. Now that's ancient Jewish.
Right. Right. And so the idea was Mary reaches the age of menstruation, she has to leave. Right? She can't be on the temple grounds anymore with the idea that she was going to return. Right? She was planning to later in life return to the temple. Right?
Okay.
And this comes from the New Testament text that she was planning to return. If you read it closely, right? Because when the Archangel Gabriel comes to the Theotokos and tells her she's going to have a child, okay, and she says, "How can this be? Because I have not known a man." And she's betrothed. Do you think she was stupid? Did you think she didn't know where babies came from? If she was planning on having a normal married life, she would have said, "Oh, okay, you mean with my fiance, right? We're going to get married and we're going to have a baby."
Right.
She wouldn't say, "How is that possible?" Right? That doesn't make sense. Right? Unless her plan had been, no, I'm not planning on having a normal married life. Right?
I am not aware of anything in Jewish tradition like this idea of she gets betrothed, not like this idea of like getting betrothed without a concept of you're going to have a normal married life afterwards.
I'm not saying she's not unique. I'm not saying it wasn't a unique situation. But the idea that she would be protected, she has to be under some man's authority in order to have legal rights.
What do you think about like getting married in your old age? Like
what, like in life in general?
Yeah, no, I'm asking Jacob. Like, is that?
Well, I mean, getting married. So within Judaism, certainly modern Judaism, but also ancient Judaism, it was always considered, everyone should be married. Everyone should be married. That is so the concept of being only human when you are married is very deeply ingrained in Judaism. Like, you are considered a full human being when you are married because each of you are half of a human being.
So did the never happen? Like nobody ever made it to old age without being married, or?
there are instances of rabbis who are called out in the Talmud, like, this guy never got married. Like, wow. Like,
well, and that's what St. Paul was having to do. This gets pulled out of context and misquoted, but St. Paul was having to defend the fact that he wasn't married. And he said St. Peter is married and has kids. He says St. James is married and has kids. Right? These people are married and have kids, and he's like, I could do that too, but here's why I don't. He has to go and justify himself for not being married.
In context, those pro-celibacy things that Jesus and Paul say, in a Jewish context, they're actually very rabbinic, because the rabbis similarly defended people who weren't married as not completely worthless, right? But in a Gentile context, like, that was taken to be a completely different understanding, because it was just so outside the Jewish biblical understanding of, like, to be a human being is to be married.
Right. St. Paul says, let each man have his own wife. He says the marriage bed is holy and undefiled, right? Like, this isn't a thing. So there's there's the celibacy issue. And the way that actually comes about in Christian monasticism is, if you look at very early Syriac sources about Syrian monasticism, it comes from this comparison they made. So first of all, they refer to the earliest monastics as Christian Nazarites. That's the term they use, Christian Nazarites. And because of that, they make this comparison between Samson and St. John the Baptist or St. John the Forerunner, both of whom were Nazarites. And they say Samson ends up breaking all of his Nazarite vows, right? Like, everything he was promised to do for birth, he didn't do it, right? One after the other. St. John did, right? He remained holy and stuck to this for his whole life. And this is in the sources, like Afrahat, right? So what's the big difference in the life between the two? St. John was chaste. What got Samson into trouble over and over and over and over again? Right? His love of Philistine women, right? In general, right? Prostitutes in particular, right? And so they draw this comparison, and so there becomes this emphasis on these Christian Nazarites, who are the first Christian monastics, being chaste. Because they think if you're not chaste, all these other things are going to follow, right? In terms of your other vows. Right? And this is true. It's very clear at this early stage, but you even see it later. There's a letter that St. Jerome writes to this guy, because there was a guy who was saying, hey, this whole monasticism thing and being chaste is, lame. I mean, look at Samson, right? He was a Nazarite. He got around, right? He had a good time. And so St. Jerome had to write this letter, like, excoriating him and being like, no, you're reading this all wrong, right? Like, this is not, Samson's not being held up as like a role model, right, of how you should live your life, right?
So I actually want to ask you about this.
Yeah.
So Netzer and Nezer, right? Azayan and Atzadi really aren't as close as a lot of people seem to want to make them.
Yeah.
And being able to tell the difference between Tzadi and Azayan is kind of like, I mean, I can't imagine, right, that the mistakes people make when they transliterate Hebrew and use a Z for both.
Yeah.
Like, that's a bit much. And the word for Christian in Hebrew already in the Talmud is Notzri.
Yeah.
The word in Arabic is similarly Nasara, right? With a Sadi, not with a Zion. And it just seemed to me like the combination of Nezer and Netzer. I don't know how early it is. I mean, it sounds like you're kind of saying that Jerome already was making some form of equivalence there.
No. I'm not saying they're the same word.
Okay.
No. They have a word for Christian, right? And then a word for Nazarite.
Okay.
As opposed to Jewish Nazarites.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And then that's what Christian monasticism develops out of. That there were Christians taking Nazarite vows.
Okay.
At that very early stage.
So do you believe that when we talk about Nazareth, right? Was that Netzeret? Was that a branch?
No, I think that's fiddling. Are you talking about the place where that's applied to Jesus and it says,
right? And I mean, people refer to Jesus as the Nazarene. I don't know if that's from the Christian Bible or not.
It's from English translations, right?
Okay.
So he's from Nazareth, right? The village, and that's a little fast. So one of the many undercurrents in the Gospels is the fact that Jesus was known to everybody as Jesus of Nazareth. And other Jewish people comment all the time, like, what prophet is supposed to come from Nazareth, right? Or like the Messiah is not gonna, or just straight out, what good has ever come from Nazareth, right? And so this is one of the big evidences, actually, to me, that Jesus of Nazareth is a historical person. Because if you were going to invent or even composite, as you've proposed, a person, you would just say he was from Bethlehem, right? Like you wouldn't say, oh yeah, there's Jesus of Nazareth, but trust me, he's really from Bethlehem, right? Why would you cause that problem for yourself?
So,
right, this wasn't a known person.
So I have to wonder if Hanotzri, if Netzer were see, I am wondering if Notzri doesn't come from Linsor, meaning to keep, as in Psalm 119, keeping the Torah and things like that, and that was later discarded.
Well, I mean, it's very clear in the text of the Gospels that they're using it as Jesus is from this place called Nazareth. Right. That's not just a title ascribed to him. So at least as early as the writing of the Gospels, right? That he's from this place, Nazareth. And the Gospels themselves reflect that that's a problem from the perspective of getting Jewish people to believe he's the Messiah, right?
Which I don't understand, because James Tabor actually, so he makes it sound like Natseret comes from Netzer, as in a branch, and that he thinks it was a place known to be people who were descended from David.
That would be news to the writers of the gospel.
Yeah.
Gospels. Like they would have loved to have that bit. That would have helped them a lot.
Well, I mean, James Tabor's theory is very much in line with Robert Eisenman's, in that he believes that Christianity was hijacked by Paul, and that Greek Christianity is a completely different animal from Jesus.
Right. But St. Paul never refers to him as Jesus of Nazareth. That's the Gospels.
Okay, but doesn't that...
That's
Well, I mean, Paul doesn't seem to have any details about Jesus
well, he does. So,
other than being crucified.
well, yeah, that's a big one. But and rising again from the dead. Yeah. But also, I think when he says that Jesus was born of a woman,
Mm-hmm.
he I think he, in his mind, is pointing back to Genesis 3, but I think he may have at least been familiar of the tradition of the virgin birth. I don't know that he's alluding to it there for sure, but he may have been familiar. He talks about Christ's circumcision, so he definitely is positing Christ as being Jewish and as keeping Torah, right? Like, I mean, so those are details of his life. But in terms of the place name Jesus of Nazareth, and Nazareth being a place name, that's not something that comes from St. Paul. That's something that comes from the Gospels.
Mm.
So if your idea is that, like, say, St. Matthew's gospel is Jewish and primitive, and then St. Paul takes it in another direction, trying to argue that Nazareth isn't a place name doesn't really fit with that. It would seem to argue the opposite.
So the Gospel of Matthew refers to him from Nazareth
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Born of women, like, Jesus refers to
St. John,
yeah.
among men born of women. Yeah. None is
Yeah.
greater than John. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, like
I said,
that doesn't seem to be a unique title.
No, but I think he's in the context. I think St. Paul's trying to allude to Genesis 3. That's why I said it's a weak case that St. Paul knew about the virgin birth tradition at that point. Gospels hadn't been written yet when he said that. But yeah, I get called a liberal for saying the Gospels started to be written in 69 AD.
Well, only
it's like me and the church fathers, I guess.
Well, only Luke and Matthew have the virgin birth and
have the birth narrative at all.
And Matthew, I mean, we know the first few chapters were not accepted by at least some Christians.
Well, that's debatable. That's highly debatable.
Really? Like, the Ebionites?
There are a bunch of so there's this hypothesized Aramaic original of St. Matthew's Gospel that is based on a comment from Papias that's only preserved in a quotation in Eusebius from the 4th century, that there was this Aramaic original, and yet scholars speculate about the contents. That's why.
Well, that's what scholars are meant to do.
I know, but it's like Q. There's a critical edition of Q out there.
Eusebius does make some stuff up. So yeah.
There's a critical edition of, or some of it's just stuff he heard. He just wasn't very critical of traditions and things he heard. He was just like, oh yeah, that sounds good. But also there's a critical edition of J. Are you aware of that? J, like the source for the Torah.
Yeah.
That doesn't exist, right? Like, it's a critical edition of a hypothetical text, right?
One of these days, I'm gonna have to make a critical edition of, like, academia.
Yes, like, so yeah, so that's how to do it. But one of the things about Jesus being from Nazareth is in the birth narratives in St. Matthew's Gospel and St. Luke's Gospel, they kind of handle he's really from Bethlehem differently. Like, they don't outright contradict each other, but St. Matthew's Gospel presents them as sort of living in Nazareth. St. Luke presents them as going because of the census, right, back to Bethlehem, and he's born, and then they go back to Nazareth, and then they go to Egypt, and then they go back to Nazareth. So Yeah, there's like a bunch of trips. And it's kind of condensed because we take all the stuff, at least in Christian popular tellings of the story, we take all the stuff from Matthew and Luke and smush it all together. So we've got like the shepherds and the Magi showing up at the same time. It's like, no, the Magi showed up 2 years later, which means they showed up in Nazareth. Right? Like, but yeah. So we've, draw all that together, but there's actually separate traditions.
So did we actually get to what you wanted to talk about as far as the
Ansel, yeah. Well, so yeah. I think what you're encountering there is coming out of Martin Luther, who's a former monk who married a former nun. There is a huge pushing back against what celibacy became in Roman Catholicism, and how it was practiced in Roman Catholicism, which included mandatory clerical celibacy, for example. Pushing back against that in the direction of making marriage normative again. Right? And that became such a push, right, that is still around in Protestant circles, especially evangelical Protestant circles to this day, where anybody who isn't married is seen as sort of a weirdo and a misfit. And like at the fringe of the community, I know, right? So when you said that, right, you're sort of playing into people's like trauma pathology. And especially if they're a millennial, they can't handle that. Right? Like, yeah,
I really wish, I mean, I don't know how much you pay attention to Doug Wilson. I'm guessing not much.
I'm familiar with him.
So I think he's interesting when, in many ways, he's the smartest, stupid person I know. Because like sometimes he has these ideas and I wonder why he hasn't thought them through more than he has when he talks about like he talks about the Christian magistrate. Anyway,
yeah.
That's a whole.
That was the other thing I was going to get into about marriage. But anyway, go ahead.
But he actually pointed out that apparently a lot of Christian churches were encouraging people to live this life of celibacy dedicated to the church. And now they have a bunch of old people who need to be taken care of. And as Protestants, they have zero capacity to take care of old single people because they have no community to actually take care of the.
Yeah. And our economy has destroyed the extended family.
Yeah. And the extent, I mean, this was the craziest thing when I visited Paul Vanderklay. He told me his church is dying. And I'm like, your church is dying? Like, that's sad. And he said, no, that's normal life cycle of a church.
Yeah, Protestant churches have life cycles. Yeah.
Right. And it's like...
yeah.
Emma is shocked at this idea.
Hey, I am.
There was this meme a few years ago where this Protestant pastor, I will let you talk, Emma, but I got to say, Jacob made the best video of all time. No, sorry. There was this pastor who opening this Protestant church plant and said in his opening sermon, this church is not going to be here forever. Right. We're following this move of the Spirit. It's going to be this time. And he justified it by saying, look at all the churches St. Paul planted. Right. How many of those are still here? Or how many Paul planted? How many of those are still here? And so somebody took the meme of him saying that and then put the Bishop of Thessaloniki, the Bishop of Corinth, the Bishop of...
I honestly had no idea this was a thing.
Well, it's very convenient to go bankrupt once your pastor reaches retirement age.
And then just plant a new one?
Yeah. yeah, but yeah, so it's this push, and part of it is, I mean, I can identify with the pressure people feel because these texts we're talking about, whether we're talking about biblical texts or the Jewish texts you're talking about, Jacob, are all written in a world where you had a marriage arranged for you by your parents when you were like 13, right? Like, you'd be amazed how long it took me when I was going
Or
through
younger.
going through the old, it might be arranged at birth, right? For when you were 13. Yeah. I'm trying to get that going in my congregation when I baptize babies. I'm just like pairing them off. Parents talk. Um, but you'd be amazed how long it took when I was going through the Old Testament to explain what Proverbs meant when they were talking about like find love with the wife of your youth. You know, it was like, what? You know, I was like having to explain, once a man was older and more established, he might think he could do better, right? Than the marriage his parents arranged for him.
Right. Yeah.
And, you know, get rid of her and, you know.
Yeah, this thing of broken betrothals and like, yeah, this is actually like, no, I mean, honestly, arranged marriages, frankly, I think, so Jewish law is very clear that people have to consent to their marriage. Like, this is something that the Talmud talks about a lot, the Jewish codes talk about a lot, but that's in a context of, well, I mean, you are actually going to marry the person you got set up with, right?
Yeah.
Like, we are insisting you must be able to consent and say no.
Right. But unless there's some extreme circumstance, you know, that your parents are like unaware of that you need to tell them about. Yeah. Yeah. And so I understand from the perspective of somebody in our late capitalist society where we've made marriage a free market like everything else, right? Where you have to go out there as like a consumer and like show your wares and try and like, you know, and try and people who that hasn't happened for, when they hear these texts, right? I get why that weighs on them, right? I get why they have trouble engaging with them and accepting them.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I can kind of understand that, but I don't think the solution is to reject those texts, right? Or like, or reject the reality and the importance of marriage. I think the answer is to start remolding our idea of the family, getting over this nuclear family idea, right? And
so I started saying the nuclear family is a nuclear disaster.
Yeah. And so if we can start getting past that and having real communities so that if there are people who aren't married, they still have a role in the family and in the community and this kind of thing, then those texts become, once the person is in that role and they know who they are and they know what their role is, they can hear those texts and say, well, yeah, it is the ideal that I should be married and should have children, but that's not what happened with me, and I still have this role in this place, right?
It was pretty great having a childless aunt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I have my nephews, and that's basically my lot in life, hopefully. But yeah. Just to address what Elijah's been saying in the comments, yeah. So wealthy, irreligious congregations like Reform and conservative synagogues and mainline churches actually end up being very, very wealthy, end up not having anybody to fill the pews. And that's a whole different thing because there were no kids involved. With places like Paul's church, there were kids. It's just none of those kids go to those churches.
Stuck around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is I don't know if did you watch CRC Synod today?
I didn't watch it, but
okay. Yeah. You had your fill of the boomerism. Like they even had technological problems. Like it was just like every boomer thing that could happen to you, right? Like
They are so. It is so boomer.
Yeah. Well, there was a boomer millennial feedback loop at one point today, where right the millennial, this you can tell when it's a millennial who's getting up to speak, because they always start by describing some personal trauma they just went through. Because that, of course, gives them authority to speak, right?
Yeah.
That's why you should listen to them. So you can always tell when that's
Oh,
happening.
like in relation to the church?
Anything.
Or
Anything. My aunt died recently.
okay.
Right? Like
So
anything.
the way you said that, I thought it might be some sort of like excuse that like just happened. So like, oh sorry, like I got a flat tire on the way here or something.
Yeah, no, this is like, I'm about to get up and talk about a procedural motion, but before I begin, let me tell you that my aunt just died. And it was really rough because I loved my aunt, and it's been really hard for me. Now let me talk about the procedural motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, right, with the presumption now you should listen to me. So there was a point where someone did that, and I'm not going to talk about what the trauma was because I'm not trying to make fun of that, but he starts that way and then says how, going through all the hard times. Lots of people who have gone through a lot of very hard times who are very clearly upper middle class white people also, who have, broken and battered hearts and all this and all these horrible things. But gets up and he says that and talks about how with all the things he's been going through, he felt like the church hadn't been responsive. And by the church hadn't been responsive, he meant the particulars of the worship service at his local church on Sunday morning was not responsive to what he was going through. Right? This triggered the boomer, who was the chair, to proceed to spend 5 minutes apologizing on behalf of the church and God and everyone that this person's needs hadn't been met. And it just created this feedback loop, this boomer millennial feedback loop between the two of them, of going back and forth. But anyway,
I noticed how Gen X is always like absent from these.
Yeah, well, see, I'm Gen X, and that's because we opted out. We opted out of the whole thing. We just said, forget it. I was having this conversation with some of the Zoomers at my church, and I said, you can tell a Gen X movie because all Gen X movies, like from the 90s, are either completely sarcastic, like everything is just ironic and sarcastic and nothing is sincere at all ever, right? Demolition Man, right? Reality Bites, like pick your movie. Or they're just bleak and terrible like Seven, right? Like those are the only two modes.
Or they're both, like
or
They
both
Live.
at the same time. Yeah.
I just watched We Live. That was great, man. Thanks for the recommendation.
Oh, They Live? Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Mhm.
so great.
Yeah, so we kind of opted out. And yeah. But so what I was getting at with marriage is, I think, so today somebody had made a motion vis-a-vis doing ecclesial marriages, is what they were calling them, or ecclesiastical marriages, where you get married in the church and not civilly. Right? Technically speaking, I only do ecclesial marriages by that standard. Like if somebody wants me to sign a marriage license, I will. But that's like secondary. I'll sign a thing saying, yeah, I did a wedding for these people, right? But, and if someone doesn't care about that, I don't care about that, right? I'm doing the sacrament of holy matrimony, right? But in the CRC, you can't. They were like, no. There'll be legal problems. This is an issue of the civil magistrate. This will be, and this is the position of Protestantism since the Reformation, has been that marriage is not a sacrament.
Right.
It is a civil institution. It is a function of the civil magistrate. That's why you had in the United States, probably still to this day, by the power vested in me by the state of whatever, I pronounce you man and wife.
That's part of the religious ceremony?
Yeah. The churches.
Wait.
Protestant churches.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought that was just a thing that people who didn't actually get married in churches did.
No, Protestant churches. Because they view it as a civil function. It's really a civil function. And they argue this
really
directly.
weird.
And the fighting of synod today was based on that. It was like, no, you can't do this. This is a civil magistrate function. You can only do civil weddings. I'm not allowed to do civil weddings. They were like, you can only. And I think, because I know what brought some of this up, Jacob, was that why don't these folks get marriage, and why are they? I think that's why they don't get marriage. Because once you make it a civil legal institution, and then you say, well, these people can do it and these people can't, you do kind of just look like a bigot. Right? If it's a civil contract, and you say, well, you guys can make a civil contract, you guys can't make a civil contract. I think that's why they don't get it, because it's not a sacrament.
Yeah.
It's not God making two people one.
Yeah, in Israel, it's very complicated because only the chief rabbinate is recognized as Judaism, and the chief rabbinate will only do Orthodox weddings, and so there are plenty of people who want civil marriage in Israel, and there's no you can get like the legal, you can sign papers and get the legal
documents,
documents and everything so that it's like you're married, but there's the religious marriage, and then there's the legal institution of civil partnership, right?
Yeah.
Domestic partnership. And it's it's a difficult thing, because ultimately I think the reason we're having these fights. So I don't know if you were paying attention earlier when I brought up that Presbyterian minister who was hiding the Bibles in the legislature to protest the separation of church and state. And it's like, and everybody seems to only be talking about her being censured by the legislature. And it's like, I don't care about the legislature. Why isn't anybody talking about her denomination being like, this isn't what an ordained minister should be doing?
Well, it's a chronic problem in the way American Protestantism especially functions now. And it's a problem from a Protestant perspective, that there's not really the capacity for church discipline. You look at Luther or Calvin, they say one of the marks of the true church is that you have church discipline.
Right.
If you don't have church discipline, it's not really a church, right? But if, say you're even an ordained minister, you do whatever, right? And I say, okay, that's it. You're defrocked in the Protestant world. I can't stop you from going 2 doors down and starting a new church. I can't stop you from calling yourself Reverend so-and-so, right? And I can't stop any of the people who used to go to the other church from following you to that church. I can't stop people from my church going and receiving communion from you at that church, right? Like there's no capacity to, because there's no border, right? For the Protestants, if you take the perspective, the church is just everybody who's a Christian, and Christian is harder to define in America than woman is, because it's just anybody who identifies as one. Then there's no border to it.
Right? Honestly, the jurisdiction system, which is completely missing in Judaism, since the advent of denominations. Like there used to be that each community had its single rabbinic court, had a rabbi that was Mara de Atra. But that started falling apart around the advent of Reform Judaism and like this concept of and yeah, I don't know if there's a solution to that. We don't really have a jurisdiction. Chezi says there was a Supreme Court judge who was a Kohen who was denied marriage to a divorced woman by the Rabbanut and had to get married abroad. That's another thing that happens. So the chief rabbinate will not marry someone from the priestly caste to a divorcee. And but legally in Israel, marriages can be performed by anyone outside of Israel. So people go to Cyprus all the time to get married and then come back to have their marriage recognized in Israel.
Yeah. And see, we have people try to do that too, but in the Orthodox Church, we have a way of saying, no, now you're outside. Now you're excommunicated. Right now you're outside the church. You could go to some Protestant church. You could go right somewhere else, but and then the Protestants get mad that we say, well, you're outside the church, but they're like, no, we are part of it too. There is no outside. But St. Paul sure talks like there's an outside when he says to put so and so out of the church, right? That sure sounds like
honestly
it's possible.
I was very, very shocked to read the Westminster Confession and the types of things they say about Catholicism. Whoa!
Oh, that's low grade. You got to read the Three Forms of Unity from the Dutch Reformed Church.
Well, they've done revisions. Like these Westminster Confessions are still being used.
Oh yeah.
That son of perdition.
Oh yeah. Belgian Confession says the Pope's the Antichrist. And it says that the Heidelberg Catechism says that the papal mass is a damnable idolatry.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Van der Clay was actually talking about that in his. It was talking about how they had started doing revisions, and the Spanish-speaking people were like, no, you can't remove these things about Catholics.
You gotta leave the anti-Catholic stuff.
Yeah, you have to leave the anti-Catholic stuff. And there's a channel here in Los Angeles that my dad watches because there's lots of Hebrew music, because it's one of these really over-the-top philo-Semitic Spanish evangelical channels.
Yeah.
And my dad doesn't understand the Spanish, so he doesn't understand that what at the same time that he's proclaiming his love for Israel, he's talking about the demonic nature of the Jesuits and the Catholics, and he's saying things that frankly, I mean, if you were to say them in English, even in Los Angeles, the FCC would pull your license.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's honestly going back in the Netherlands to when they were religious. Now they're just not religious in the Netherlands, right? But you had two options. You had the Protestant state church and you had Roman Catholicism. And so everybody in the Protestant church and the Reformed church, the Reformed Kirken, part of their identity was, I'm not Catholic, right? Part of being Reformed was being not Catholic, right? Explicitly. Even my dad, when I told my dad I was joining the Orthodox Church on the phone, he let out this long exhale. He was like, and I was like, what? He said, I was so scared you were going to become Catholic. right? Like the ants back in Michigan would have fallen over dead to hear that if that had been the case.
It's so funny to me that Michigan has become like this holy land of
Oh yeah,
CRC.
either Grand Rapids or Holland is the New Jerusalem, depending on if you're CRC or RCA. It's Holland, Michigan if you're RCA. It's Grand Rapids if you're CRC.
Oh, Holland, Michigan. Okay, I thought actually Holland.
Yeah. And then Zealand is sort of a DMZ between the two denominations, right? Like in between the two. Yeah. But yeah, and they have. So every year at the big mall in Grand Rapids, they put out the statues of St. Nicholas, who comes on Sinterklaas Day, December 6th, and Black Peter. And Black Peter is the devil. Why is he named Peter? Because of the Pope.
Oh, wow.
Where does Black Peter live? You're thinking hell. Not hell. Spain.
Spain?
Yes. Roman Catholic Spain. That's where the devil is. And so if you're good, you leave your clump and you leave your wooden shoes out on Sinterklaas, right? On St. Nicholas Day. If you're a kid. And if you're good, you get a carrot. If you're bad, St. Nicholas lets Black Peter have you. And he puts you in a sack and takes you back to Spain where you're beaten with birch rods.
Wait, isn't there?
It's literally a carrot and a stick.
In the Office, Dwight, isn't he talking about that?
It's a German version of it. Yeah.
What's his name? I can't remember the name of the.
Oh, what is it?
Krampus?
No, not the one. Krampus is a version of that. But this was something else. This was
I haven't seen The Office. I'm just going off knowledge of Greek fairy tales.
So they have a big statue of St. Nicholas and a big statue of Black Peter that they put out in the mall.
I didn't know Spain controlled the Netherlands.
Yeah,
I do know that
War of Independence was against Spain. Yeah,
large numbers of Jews fled to the Netherlands during the Inquisition.
Yeah.
Including the Van der Kleis, apparently.
Yeah. The Netherlands was always a haven, not just for Jewish people, but for religious dissidents in general. Religious minority groups in Europe.
Like the Plymouths.
That's why the Mennonites went there. That's why the other Anabaptist groups went there. That's why the Puritans went there when they had to leave England.
I got an answer. It's the Belsnickel.
Oh, Belschnickel, yeah. Was their version of that. So, but yeah, it's a Dutch hive there. There's a couple others like Pella, Iowa. Redlands, when I was a kid, Redlands, California was like first Christian Reformed church was on Church Street.
Really?
And the Christian school, Redlands Christian School, was next door. They would only hire teachers who got their teaching degrees at Calvin.
Really?
Yeah. And when the 1920s, there was a split where another group split off called the PRs, the Protestant Reformed. They built their church and school across the street after the church split. So it was on the other side of the road, like the whole time I was growing up.
So until I got involved in this little corner about a year ago, I had never heard of Biola.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know it existed. And when somebody told me it's Bible Institute of Los Angeles, I was like, what? Like, I thought I knew everything about Los Angeles. And there's like this whole Christian history of Los Angeles that I was completely unaware of. Apparently, Pentecostalism started in Los Angeles.
Yeah, the Azusa Street.
Yeah.
All kinds of, and you could go back to Catherine Coleman, all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah. So, yeah, the Dutch side was more. So there was CRC. There's also an RCA church there, but people don't realize that Robert Schuller was RCA. He was Dutch Reformed.
Mm-hmm.
The Crystal Cathedral was a Dutch Reformed church.
I thought he was CRC.
No, he's RCA.
RCA, okay.
And Norman Vincent Peale was an RCA minister in New York.
Oh.
And they used to refer to them as the Pope of the East and the Pope of the West, like in Dutch Reformed circles. Which, of course, was a high insult because remember, they're not Catholic, right? Like that's the...
I didn't realize like the Dutch were so influential in American Christianity.
Yeah, the RCA is the first Christian denomination incorporated in the United States in the 17th century.
Interesting.
In the New Netherlands.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Paul was talking a lot about the various things of like how they're trying to figure things out. And it just seemed to me like, I was like, why are you trying to reinvent the wheel? Like, just at least, like, it's a very deliberate attempt to not do things the way that, like, Catholic canon law has, and, you know, traditionally. It's like, when you are that deliberate in trying not to learn from history, no wonder you end up with the woke.
And in Orthodox Church, it seems like we kind of give a little bit of a nod toward the Protestant way of doing things, you know, in America with our, you know, parish councils and stuff. Like that's not a traditional thing, is it, Father?
Well, so the parish council thing was an adaptation.
Yeah.
Like, how are we going to handle parish finances in the U.S. economy? Right? Because like in Greece, it's a state church.
Mm-hmm.
So like the priests get government stipends.
But oftentimes the parish councils kind of get run sort of like Protestant churches.
Well, yeah. And so that's the problem. The problem was, well, how do they do things in America? Well, we'll give them a board of directors.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
right.
They
and
tend
we have the clergy lady. I don't know how it's done in the Antiochian church, but in the Greek church, you know, we have the clergy lady conferences and all this stuff. And I just get the sense that this is sort of like it's an accommodation toward American way of doing things.
Yeah. I mean, sort of. A lot of it, like in the Antiochian Archdiocese, a lot of it is show, right? We do a lot of show votes and plebiscites, right? Like we all went to Dallas and took a vote for who was going to be the new metropolitan, right? But everybody knew the patriarch had already decided who was going to be the new metropolitan, right? But we go through the motions of picking 3 candidates from whom he can but is not required to choose. And lo and behold, he makes one of them metropolitan because everybody kind of knows who he's going to pick. And so we vote for him. And then, you know, oh, look, it's the will of the people as well, right?
Maybe this is sort of like representing, like in the old days, you had the emperor had his say,
right?
And now it's sort of like the American equivalent of that.
Yeah, and just American culture, right? We won't accept things if we don't feel like we had a say in it. So, okay, we'll construct this thing to let you feel like you had a say in it. Well, I'll just go along with this.
But some people take it pretty seriously and think that they've got it and really think that they run the church.
Yeah. And so, I mean, again, I don't know how various jurisdictions handled it. I know there was one church where the parish council got way out of hand years ago now in the Antiochian Archdiocese. And Bishop Antoon showed up at their parish council meeting unannounced. This was in another state. He flew across country without telling anyone and just appeared at the parish council meeting.
That's baller. That's awesome.
Yeah, and walked in and disbanded the parish council.
Oh, man.
And said, the priest is just going to run this church for the next year. We'll see how things go. And then I'll come back and we'll talk about whether you can have a parish council again.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then left. Like that was the whole...
That is so cool.
Power move.
Yeah. So
That's
yeah,
so cool.
I have seen one power move like that from a Roman Catholic bishop once. When I lived in Texas, there was the largest Catholic church in town had an attached school, and the woman who was the principal of the school wrote to the bishop and said, "I really don't like this priest here. Here's all my complaints. I'm afraid that if you don't send another priest here, I'm going to not renew my contract in 2 years to be principal when it runs out." And the bishop sent a letter back saying, "You're fired. Clear out your desk immediately." The priest is the acting principal of the school. Farewell.
That's so cool.
That's fantastic.
It's just like, okay.
You can't quit. You're fired.
Yeah.
I love
it. So yeah, there are some of those kind of, but at least in the Antiochian Archdiocese, if you've been around a little while, you know that a lot of it is sort of ritual behavior, right? We're going to go through this ritual of putting votes in a box so that you'll all buy into the decision that was going to be made anyway, right? So,
the Russian model.
Yeah.
The Russian model of democracy.
So, yeah, there's a lot of that. But on a practical level, the original intent of the parish councils was to handle the finances. And that was all they were actually supposed to do. Right.
So
collect the money, count the money, pay the bills, right? Write the checks.
I've been on our parish council for 11 years now, I think. And it's overwhelmingly been a positive thing. Like, we have a good parish council. I've heard so many horror stories.
Yeah.
But it's on some level, it's like what you said. It's sort of like going through the motions of democracy or something like that, in the sense that it's when we're having our meeting, like the majority of the work of running the church happens. It doesn't happen on parish council meetings once a month. It's happening in between, and the priest and we trust him, and he's built up trust with us, and he's working all the time about figuring out the right thing to do. He presents, here's what we're going to do, and the parish council is like, well, you've done your homework, it looks good to us. And it's kind of a rubber stamp yes, because the possibility for discussion is well, I mean, there's discussion, but the possibility for like dissension is there, and has happened in the past. But by and large, it's just like a matter of trust. And
well, I mean, he's the one who decides who's on the council, right?
It's true. Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing he's only picking people that he trusts to actually care what they say.
It's true. He and he admits that. He says, people accuse him of that. They're like, well, you only want people who think like you on the council. And he's like, yeah, I only want people who take their faith seriously. And
Yeah. See, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And when I was first a priest, I was at the cathedral in West Virginia, and I was assisting an older priest before he retired. And the most important thing I learned from him was watching him in meetings, because he could say before a meeting, we need to do A, B, C. He would walk into the meeting, A, B, and C would happen, and everyone on the parish council would think it was their idea. And that he had nothing to do with it and hadn't even said anything about it. Right?
Yeah,
Like, he could not just run a meeting, but run a meeting, right? Like, he could, like,
he's the mother in Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Yeah.
Like, the funny thing is when I talk to Paul Vanderklay, like, and I appreciate that he believes the Spirit works through the elder council and he's their servant, but he's like, no, like, I'm here to do whatever they decide. It's like, Paul, I don't like this model of leadership you have, because honestly, it's like, it's what I call Jesus take the wheelism, right? It's like, I'm not going to drive. I'm going to trust Jesus. And it's like, well, then
Yeah.
what are you doing here?
That's the Dutch model, though.
Yeah.
I mean, he really is Dutch. He really is Dutch Reformed. Dobie van der Klee really is, right, a CRC pastor in his bones. Like they used to have what was called the official handshake, which was, so the way it worked, the pastor would come out to lead the service and preach, right? And he would be standing in the front facing the congregation, right? And in front of him, facing the congregation, would sit the elders. And when the pastor came to take the pulpit, he would walk up and the president of the elders would shake his hand, signifying and trusting him, right, to preach. And then he would take the pulpit, and then afterwards he would descend the pulpit and go back to receive the handshake again to give approval for what he had done. And if the official handshake was not given,
Right.
that meant it was not approved and there was trouble in River City.
And that was, who's the person giving the handshake?
The head of the elders.
Oh.
The head of the consistory.
To the pastor.
To the pastor.
That's wild.
Wow.
And even when I was around and doing things, especially some of the really traditional churches up in, like, especially in Canada, they would still, after the service, the pastor would go into the consistory room and meet with the elders to discuss what he had said in the sermon and stuff, and be sort of examined, grilled by them about it. Right? So in that system, traditionally, the pastor was very much under the authority of the elders. The elders were the governing body of the congregation.
That's so interesting.
That was reinforced by, typically, pastors got moved around every 4 years. They shuffled everybody around about every 4 years. So your elders were there all the time. They were legitimately the elders of the community who everybody knew, who were the heads of the families, right? The five families.
Anne of Green Gables makes more sense now.
Yeah.
The later books of Anne of Green Gables have like a shocking amount of Presbyterian church politics.
Okay.
And that was like my only exposure to Protestants before college. Pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. And in a lot of Presbyterian polity, the pastor is just one of the elders. It's not even a separate office. But in the CRC, the Dutch tradition, it is a separate office, but it's not actually over it's actually under. And the elders can hire and fire the pastor.
And this happens sometimes in parish councils.
Yeah.
In the horror stories.
Yeah, yeah. If people let it, or if you've got a weak bishop or a bishop who's not paying attention.
Yes, these things happen.
Yeah, yeah.
So you guys know how Baruch Spinoza got excommunicated? So funny thing about his writ of excommunication is it wasn't issued by the rabbinic court. It was issued by the board of, basically the parish board of his synagogue, because they waited until the rabbi was out of town and issued the excommunication under their own authority.
It's one way to do things. Speaking of which, before I forget, and not directly related, but this a couple things that might make Jacob like Constantine more.
That'll be a difficult sell.
Yeah. Did you know that Constantine changed Roman law to allow Jews to serve on city councils?
I did not know this. I'm not sure I approve, but okay.
That's number one. Number two, did you know, and this was later in his life, but he by edict gave synagogue leaders the same recusal from civil service and other benefits that Christian clergy had. In the empire.
Yeah, this is one of the things that, so rabbis, the term rabbi, in generally, traditionally in Judaism, was just a term of respect.
Yeah.
What happened was that in Christian countries, there was an expectation of, okay, so we have our churches, so you guys must have rabbis, like, and so rabbinic ordination is mostly just an Ashkenazi thing.
Yeah.
Because they needed to have these types of certificates to actually function as the official functionaries for the Jewish community in those communities, and that's how rabbinic ordination actually became a kind of thing. And then like when denominationalization started happening as a result of the Reform, the Christian Reformation, there was the Jewish Reformation, which came after and styled itself. So actually, Reform Judaism is the oldest Jewish denomination because they established themselves as a denomination before Orthodoxy was formed in response.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, Constantine, his edict uses the term rulers of the synagogue. So it's kind of vague in terms of whoever's in charge over there. But yeah, I have to explain all that. Like when I was going through the book of Acts, I had to keep explaining to Christian people because they'd be like, well, why is the rabbi of that synagogue letting Paul talk so much? It's like, that's not how it worked.
Well, okay, I have to say this.
They may not have had one official guy, right? Like who was in charge.
Right, but also there is a tradition that's even true today, where if a scholar visits, he is invited to preach.
Yeah, but sometimes in Acts, St. Paul's there for like weeks.
Right
in the synagogue. They're like, well, did the local rabbi want to?
Well, he does claim to have been lashed to the 40 minus 1.
Yeah. So apparently, at least one rabbi somewhere had a problem. But yeah.
Well, you need to have a rabbinic court for that.
Yeah.
So yeah, once you have a rabbinic court, then that becomes a lot more official than most synagogues.
Yeah.
Yeah, rabbinic court is a very different animal from just a synagogue. Yeah. Although recently there's been a proliferation of people creating their own rabbinic courts. In Los Angeles, we have several people who basically just have their own rabbinic court because they want to.
Yeah. Well, it's America, right? You could go put on a hat and call yourself the Bishop of Cleveland and,
The Pope of Wyoming.
Yeah. Oh, who was that guy? The guy who insisted Pope, was it Pope Michael? The guy who
Michael,
he was
yeah.
He was the right.
I think he died recently, actually.
He did, yeah.
Super random question. So in one of your earlier streams, you offhandedly mentioned like nomini sacra or whatever, right? Sacred names, abbreviations.
Yeah, nomini sacra. Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Isn't that random? Because it's referring back to.
Yeah.
Like random would have been, hey, Father Stephen, what's the leading export of Tonga? Right, and I would have said tapioca.
Is it?
It would have been yes, and you would have been dazzled that I knew that. But anyway,
I'm still dazzled.
I would hate to play trivia against you.
Yeah, I can see how you'd use that abbreviation for the Tetragrammaton. I'm not sure if we have that in our tradition of the Tetragrammaton, but like why do we have it for, I don't know, the Theotokos and for Christ and all that other stuff? Like,
Because the early scribes carried that over from Jewish practice.
okay, was it like
So
prevalent in Jewish practice? Did they have it for everything, or was it just for the Tetragrammaton?
I don't know. Jacob might know more than me whether they did it for anything other than
So
the
a lot of
Tetragrammaton.
times you will see L. There is a combination of Aleph and Lamed, especially when you're trying to when you're trying not to create shemut, right? So in Jewish tradition, anything that has Torah on it has to be buried. You can't just throw it away. That's how we ended up with the Cairo Geniza and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
And people were so strict with it. Like the Cairo Geniza literally has people's homework and like random shopping lists in it, right?
Oh yeah, we do that. We do that too. No, there are Orthodox churches where they burn the bulletins every week that are left over.
Okay.
Because they have icons on them or they have scripture printed in them.
Okay. And so in attempts not to create shemut, right? There's a reason why we refer to Hashem a lot, right? And especially theophoric names like Eliyahu, you will sometimes
Netanyahu.
you will sometimes see, especially in written attempts to like, I know, well, actually, you'll see a lot of, especially in printing, hays, especially yud hays. Like the hay will just be, instead of having a hay, they would just put an apostrophe, a tick there.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that does happen. Yeah. With various names, there are 7 names that aren't names that cannot be erased, and then many other names which technically can't be, but people also treat with reverence. But all of these are names of God, but then theophoric names, right? Eliyahu, whatever, right?
Yeah.
You'll also get that.
Yeah. Yeah. So the note in Christian texts, right, they'll abbreviate God. So it'll be theta sigma instead of theos. Or theta nu, depending, right, however it's conjugated.
Mm-hmm.
And the name Jesus as iota sigma.
Mm-hmm.
And the name Mary, the phrase mother of God is abbreviated.
Yep.
Both are abbreviated. That it's first letter, last letter with what looks like a tilde
Yep.
over it. You still see it a lot in iconography, but it's also in the earliest like New Testament texts.
Yeah. You know how we have the columns of like English, Arabic, Coptic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in your service books. Yeah.
Yeah. We still do that. Like.
Oh, have the
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, for Coptic. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I have to wonder if some amount of that wasn't just the fact that it used to be a lot harder, like to get paper and get, abbreviating things. Like Hebrew texts, abbreviations are rather common.
Yeah.
Of all types.
Yeah. Well, and in this case too, we're talking about manuscripts that are in all caps with no punctuation, no spaces between words.
I mean, acronyms, if you don't know the acronyms that are common in a community, it can be really hard to read all kinds of rabbinic texts. Because using acronyms, Roshei Tevot, right, it's nowadays a lot of the new texts don't use nearly as many as they used to. But when you read, especially the older texts, like using acronyms constantly in ways that made it impossible for a lot of people to read unless they already basically knew what the text was talking about.
Especially the margin notes.
Yeah.
I found in Hebrew text in Masura, and yeah, like
Well, I mean,
sort
I
of
don't know
everything's abbreviated, and yeah.
how much
Shorthand.
have you seen rabbinic responsa? Have you
Only a little.
honestly? I think. Well, first of all, I mean, I have to say, when I read 4QMMT, like I was really flabbergasted because it really, really reads like a responsa. Like I was talking to Yosef about it. I said, I could see this being printed today as a responsa, right? If I mean, in a sense, obviously the matter and the but rabbinic responsa text are I have to wonder, like, if Christians would not read the epistles and possibly even the gospels differently if they were not more familiar with responsa as a manner of writing.
So what's a responsa?
Oh, so what?
Thank you, Andrew.
What was almost always a. I mean, this was a common thing, and actually, Paul kind of alludes to it. So, one of the ways you proved you were actually a rabbi and a scribe was being able to write, right? And so, first of all, people still to this day will use what is called a teudah, which is a certificate, right? And Paul actually mentions some people had certificates as, oh, we're being sent by a rabbi, right? Mm-hmm. And I believe, I believe the Catholic Church still uses like letters of good standing and that type of stuff. Which
yeah, we do too.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if I wanted to go to Mount Athos, I need a letter from my bishop saying.
Right. So these types of things were common, right? And even like letters of credit and whatever, right? But what would often happen is that people would, when they had a question, they would ask a rabbi and he would issue a responsum. Responsa is plural of responsum, a teshuvah. And he would basically explain his reasoning for whatever edict whatever his answer was, right? So to give an example, right, there was a big question in the United States whether or not we needed to worry about whether the milk we buy is cow's milk or not. Because hundreds of years ago, if you didn't know it was cow's milk, it was possible that like horse milk or pig milk or any other milk was had adulterated it. And there is a rabbinic edict since the time of the Talmud that in order to know that milk is kosher, you have to have a kosher witness. You have to have a Jew who says, yes, I saw this is milk from a cow, right? And obviously that's very, very difficult if not impractical here in the United States. At least it was more impractical years ago. And so this was a real question, and Rabbi Moshe Feinstein, who was considered one of the greatest rabbis in the United States, issued a responsum where he said that we can rely on the fact that in the United States it is illegal, and there are USDA there are USDA checks and whatever. And frankly, not everybody follows this. The Rebbe actually very much was kind of opposed to following it unless you needed to, and recommended not following that. And today it's actually become a lot easier to get what's called Chalav Yisrael, which is because with video cameras, you can actually make it a lot easier to make sure that it's actually cow's milk yourself and not rely on the USDA. But this responsum, like, it was really the force of Rav Moshe explaining what his reasoning was and why, and right. So responsa have for thousands of years been a way in which Jewish law gets explained and promulgated. And I was very, very shocked to see 4QMMT, which is one of the Dead Sea Scrolls, was basically a responsum. That's basically like how it was structured. And because, I mean, we have responsa all the way from like Maimonides and some of the Geonim, like from 1300 years ago, I believe. That's as far back as they go. But yeah, I mean, to see 4QMMT was written in the same structure was just very surprising. And to some extent, like, I don't know how much the epistles of Paul might have similarly followed.
Yeah. First Corinthians is awful close to that. So the way First Corinthians is organized is St. Paul sort of goes through a bunch of topics, and he introduces each topic the same way. It's peri in Greek, which means basically concerning, right? Mm-hmm. That's how it's usually translated. So we'll say concerning marriage, concerning food offered to idols, concerning, and he sort of gives his opinion and then gives the argument right here, and here's why, right? And then sort of reiterates, therefore this, now concerning next topic, right? Mm-hmm. And he sort of goes through. So First Corinthians is probably the best example of that in St. Paul's epistles in terms of structurally.
Yeah.
Like Romans is more of a protracted argument.
I mean, the funny thing is different responsa, like you learn the character of different rabbis, like, and some rabbis, Rav Ovadia Yosef, for example, he died like 10 years ago. He had two collections of responsa. One which was shorter, brief ones that were meant to be for people who weren't really scholars, just explaining simple things, and then the in-depth ones. So Yabia Omer was known at, like, he gained his fame because he had this incredible photographic memory, and he would just recite basically every other rabbinic authority that, like, we're talking libraries full of stuff. He would like cite everyone who discusses an issue. So people who didn't really like Rav Ovadia himself very much or agree with him were forced to buy his response because it was like an index. And when Bar-Ilan University, which is the religious university in Israel, came out with a search engine for rabbinic responsa, they would use his responsa as a way of checking to see if if the search was actually doing well or not. So there, I mean, we have responsa from Maimonides, from I think Rashi as well, and different rabbis write in different ways, but there is a certain cadence to them of, okay, this is the question, this are the issues, this is why, and this is my ruling.
Isn't tight.
So another problematic question. I quite like the idea of the Tetragrammaton.
In general, you just like
yeah.
it? Okay.
Well,
it might
the
be,
ineffable nature of the Tetragrammaton.
yeah. It might be the Neoplatonist in me. But I don't know. If I bring that up at church, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a lot of weird looks. Is that something like slightly amenable to the tradition, or
I mean, if you're talking about the Coptic tradition, I'm the wrong guy.
yeah, I get it.
So typically in Greek it was translated with the participle, so it's oon, and
but it still have the abbreviation.
Well, it's only 3 letters, so that's and so O is the article, and then it's Omicron, Omega, Nu, and that's, I think they're using the Greek participle again to try to get at the Hifil third masculine singular. But St. Gregory Palamas directly says that Oon, that name, is one of the divine energies.
Okay.
Now he's post Chalcedon, so you know.
Yeah.
What you're gonna do with
yeah.
But, but in general, that's which is that the Orthodox approach has been that the divine names are activities.
Yeah, and you've
of
mentioned
God in the world, right?
Yeah,
And
you've mentioned
don't refer to his essence. They're
yeah, you've mentioned Saint Dionysius on this.
Yeah,
and I
that's
somewhat
pre-Chalcedon, maybe.
Yes, maybe. And,
What is? Do you know if the Coptic Church accepts?
We don't ask his intercessions at all. I mean,
Okay.
I've never heard of him in Coptic circles. So,
which is ironic because scholars all think he emerged somewhere in Syriac Orthodoxy, non-Chalcedonian Syriac Orthodoxy. Shows what they know.
ChatGPT apparently created a Coptic Orthodox saint just for me, because I was researching. I was using ChatGPT to try to help Andrew find a patron saint, and I'm like asking ChatGPT all these questions, and finally it comes up with the saints, which He was from Jerusalem and then went to Ireland. He seemed like a great saint. I'm like, well, where's this saint from? And it gives me a bunch of books. And I went and I'm looking at the books, and it's I can't find this saint.
Yeah. Do you hear about that lawyer who got wrecked doing that? Apparently he asked ChatGPT to find legal precedents. And a bunch of them were fake. And so then the judge called him up and said, so do you look up and actually read precedents before you submit them to the court? And he's like, oh, of course I do, Your Honor. He's like, oh, so you go and you read these. It turned out half of them were fake. Half of them were.
You can get into serious trouble. Because the one thing judges actually will get upset if you misstate a precedent.
Yeah.
Like if you misrepresent it, they will get upset at you.
Let alone
like
mention fake ones. Yeah.
Yeah.
ChatGPT is really good at making stuff up, like giving you an answer that sounds right. Like I've tried it in engineering stuff, and it's like it can kind of point you in a general direction as to where to look for the right answer, but you have to fact check everything it says.
I do have to say, someone asked it to give them my view of original sin, and it was actually pretty accurate.
Oh. So next time you don't show up, I'll just bring up ChatGPT.
Yeah, just asked it, what does Father Stephen DeYoung say?
We'll just carry on for 4 hours
Yeah.
that way.
I feel like if you're asking it about a certain, like the more specific you get, the better it's probably going to be.
No, actually, it's the other way around. From my experience, the more specific you get, the more bullshit the answer is.
Interesting.
Because it's a large language model.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking if it didn't have like as many things to pull from.
Well, if it
Like-
has fewer things to pull from, it's more likely to be BS.
Try
Because-
to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, all it's trying to do is guess what you're trying to understand.
On a
Okay,
word by word basis.
I'm
right?
gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up my Twitter. This tweet I tweeted earlier today. This is
Oh,
Martin
the
Luther's fault.
Yeah.
They actually
Mm.
had a church service by ChatGPT, and it was at a Lutheran church.
What kind of Lutheran church was this?
This was actually in Germany.
Yeah, it's some
Okay.
European. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually so 300 people who had shown up on Friday morning for an experimental Lutheran church service, almost entirely generated by AI.
No
Dear
true Lutheran
friend,
would do that.
That's
it is an honor for me to stand here and preach to you. Oh, I'm not showing you guys what I'm reading. Sorry. Dear friends, it is an honor for me to stand here and preach to you as the first artificial intelligence at this year's Convention of Protestants in Germany, the avatar said with an expressionless face and monotonous body.
I have to say, though, if you've seen the other video, one of their presiding bishops got up and gave a speech about how God is queer. So I might choose the AI, like out of the available options at that meeting. Like,
Yeah.
Fraud says, "Lord have mercy."
What more can you say?
all right. I gotta stop hanging out with West Coast people. It's bad for my sleep schedule.
somebody posted somewhere, they're like, yeah, so apparently now humans are going to do all the menial manual labor and AI is going to write poetry and plays. Like, this is not the future I signed up for. Like,
This is the opposite of the deal for giving the
The other
robots
way
our
around.
jobs. Yeah.
but I like my take on the whole AI thing is they're all trying to panic us because for the first time, jobs held by the professional managerial class are going to get automated. When regular working people's jobs get automated out of existence, nobody cares. But now that it's like screenwriters and greeting card writers and all of these people with comfortable middle class lifestyles, now it's Skynet, right? We have to destroy all the technology.
Okay, I don't know why like my Twitter feed has become the things we're talking about, but Mark Zuckerberg credits Elon Musk with kicking off the tech trend of firing middle managers.
Yeah.
So apparently, like, ever since he cut 2/3 of the staff of Twitter and nobody noticed, everybody else in tech is like, maybe we could fire some people. Which is great, honestly.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
I gotta head off. This has been fun.
Thank you, Emma.
Good seeing you.
Good to see you. Good to meet
Good to
you,
meet you.
Father Stephen.
So speaking of robots, I had to mute there because Rosie, our new
Oh.
robotic vacuum cleaner, was emptying herself.
Ah, that's what it was. I see.
Yes.
Speaking of AI, yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to run by you my thought on the sex negativity positivity thing that was going around. I don't know if you're aware of that, Father Stan. I heard you guys talking about it briefly.
Yeah.
You guys brought it into the marriage conversation, which is right. But also, but when I was listening to Sam and what's her name and Paul, Laura, excuse me, I keep forgetting her name. They were really focused on specifically the act of sex and whether that's a positive or negative thing.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they got St. Augustine back in the back of their head.
Yes, he came up and they're like, oh yes, and he's one of the, and yeah. So, I mean, and what I kept thinking during that conversation was like, okay, sex. We're not talking about marriage, right? We're just talking about that, and it's like, what if you were to ask the same question about any act that we do as human beings? Is it a positive or negative thing? And like, for example, eating meat. Let's just say, take for example, eating meat. What's the highest possible example of a Christian life in terms of eating meat? And if you look at ascetic writings or monastic writings, for sure, like, the highest ideal is a vegetarian, right? A monastic,
Mostly, yeah.
Right. I mean, and it's, but then nobody would say that, oh, you're sinful because you ate meat. But at the same time, it's like, that's an ascetic practice that you could by giving that up, or by going beyond that, or putting aside any passion, you get closer, you can become closer to God. And it applies to any passion or anything. It's like, okay, you put sex in its rightful place in terms of the hierarchy of things that are important, and that's not negativity. I didn't know where he got the term sex negativity from.
Well, so yeah, and you notice we bring this up after Roman Catholic Emma leaves, so now we're all safe to critique Roman Catholic views of sexuality. Yeah, so I mean, St. Augustine has the idea, and it's based on his past, right? Because he's a human. And that was his problem. That was what he struggled against his whole life.
And Jerome as well. They brought up Jerome as a big part of this too.
Yeah. St. Jerome said that whenever he started struggling with lustful thoughts, he would go and study Hebrew.
At least they didn't bring up Peter Damian.
because Hebrew was really hard for him, and so it required all of his focus, right?
It's like doing push-ups or something.
Yeah.
So that's why he learned so much Hebrew. I see.
There was another saint I don't remember who used to throw himself in a thorn bush every time he had lustful thoughts. I don't recommend that one to people.
Or how about Peter Damian? His comments on the married clergy or the wives of priests who are whores and
yeah. So he really has the idea that it's always sinful, always, and that's sort of mitigated by pregnancy, right? And that's at the core of Western thought on sexuality. And you compare that with like St. John Chrysostom at roughly the same time, who says, no, sex within marriage has two purposes. Number one, reproduction, right? Making babies. And number two, the physical bond of husband and wife.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I remember
in that order, right?
Yeah. As part of our like marriage counseling before I got married, our priest assigned us some readings from St. John. And I remember distinctly one of his sermons, you could almost picture yourself there. He's talking about the beauty of marriage and conjugal relations, and he's getting kind of graphic about it. And then he stops. He's like, I can see I've embarrassed most of you, and maybe I'll move on.
Yeah, yeah. And this is from very early on between East and West. This is a point of struggle, right? Because the canons of the Quinisex Council forbid the requirement that clergy be celibate. And that's why Rome, who accepted them at first, then didn't anymore. And there's an apostolic canon that says that anyone who on a feast day refuses to eat meat, drink alcohol, or have sex with their wife is anathema, is excommunicated right out of the church because they have blasphemed God's creation by saying that those things are evil. Right? So the Eastern Christian tradition is very clear on this. The Western Christian tradition kind of diverges on this. And so then this gets related to how we view celibacy at all, right? So we have monks who are celibate in the Orthodox Church, but we don't view it as, oh, this is the higher calling. If you're just not up to it, okay, you can get married, right? But these are the people who are really doing Christianity right, are the ones who are celibate, right? And celibacy makes them holier or makes them more pure, right? In the East, there are certain individuals who have this special calling. Everybody else should get married, right? And make babies if they can, right? Like, unless you're one of these special people, right? And that's even true of the nuances of asceticism in the East, right? Like Saint Simeon Stylites, who lived for years on top of a pillar. You are not called to do that, right? It's not like, well, if I really want to be holy, I have to go live on top of a pillar, right? This is it's that prophetic, right, enactment thing, right, that we were mentioning earlier, right? Like Ezekiel walking around naked or cooking over excrement or, right, because God tells him to do it. That's not something everyone is called to do, right? In fact, it's something most people are forbidden to do. And so it's the same kind of thing. And so if you're a monastic, you're a particular person who God has called to this particular way of life in a particular place at a particular time for a particular reason in service of the community as a whole, right? And unless you're that particular special person, you get married and have kids. So the second piece is how we look at asceticism, right? So asceticism in the East is not giving up bad things. You're supposed to give up sin always, right? Like, that's not asceticism, right? Like, not sinning is what you're supposed to do. Asceticism is for a time, right? And in a particular period, giving up something good for something better. So like during Lent, for this period of time, I'm going to give up enjoying the rich foods I enjoy and filling my belly. And I'm going to give up spending money on things I don't need, right? And I'm going to give up these things so that I can give that money to the poor, so that I could use the time I would spend cooking focused on prayer, right? So that for this period of time, I can pursue these things that are higher than the things I'm giving up. But then after that time's over, right, you know, and Lent ends, Pascha comes, and we have the huge feast where we eat all those things we had given up, right?
Yeah,
And we give
yeah.
up. And that doesn't mean we stop praying, right? But we have a time where we focus.
And there was another thing that was, and thanks for clarifying that. There was another thing that was said, that, oh man, shoot, it just dropped. I just forgot it. Sorry.
Okay.
The one thing I will say is in Judaism, we take it very seriously that a Nazirite brings a sin offering at the end of his Nazirite vows. Because to become a Nazirite is for the purpose of greater sanctification. But it's actually a falling from the ideal. And so it's funny, but like, so Tevilat Ezra, right? So according to Jewish tradition, Ezra made an edict that after relations, you have to go to the mikvah. You have to go to the mikvah, go be baptized, go to the ritual baths, even though it doesn't itself from Torah law cause necessarily ritual impurity. Because there is this concept of in Judaism of Yerida Tzorach Aliyah, of descent for the purpose of ascent, right? In the way that you might crouch down in order to jump further up, right? There is this idea of going into tuma, going into impurity, in order to have a greater sense of purity itself, right? So, and this is really important to understand in relation to, for example, the menstrual cycle, right? Because there is a concept a lot of people have, is an understanding of, oh, well, a menstruant woman is impure, is tame, therefore she is sinful. And that's not correct. That's not, there is a time for separation between husband and wife, but ultimately we very much believe that the image of God is masculine and feminine together. And that's why when husband and wife are together, they do that which is most holy, which is create an actual other human being, right? Like you cannot be more godly than to create another human being as a human being, right? And hopefully anyone who holds one of their children in their hands recognizes that that is the greatest fruit of being representing God in the world, right? And so, yes, having children is the apogee of creation and being a human being. At the same time, there is this concept that in order for that to happen, there is some impurity which attaches to us as human beings. And so this is why when we started talking about this stuff, I said sex positivity and sex negativity is the wrong way of looking at it. And I mean, even myself, like I think my understanding was so ensconced in this Protestant view of sex, which is very, very different from the biblical view, that I didn't quite comprehend the Jewish position, the biblical, what I would call the biblical position, as well as I hope I do now, which is separation, reunification, separation, reunification, separation, reunification. Not to be too graphic, is in fact the Ratzo Veshov, is that it is. So let me pull up the Psalm. Halach yalachu vacho. He comes.
On this stream, don't you have to pull it up in Greek?
Affirmative.
I wouldn't even know how to. So what? Psalm 126. Let me pull. And just because you said that, I am going to pull it up in Hebrew. What psalm did I say? 126.
Yes.
126. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a psalm that many Jews have memorized. If I can pull it up, because it is recited before the grace after meals, and there are many beautiful songs about it, right? But verse 6, Haloch yelachu vacho nose neshe chazara bo yavo verina nose alumotab. He goes back and forth crying during the time of the planting. He shall surely come back with hope, with joy, carrying his sheaves. And frankly, I don't really know if it's possible to translate the Hebrew, but there is a very real sense in which this encompasses what it is to be human. It talks about the story of Adam and Eve in Genesis, and it is a metaphor for marriage and marital relations.
This is the 18th Kathisma. It's read during the pre-sanctified liturgies during Lent every week.
Yeah.
Beautiful. There's certain one, yeah, that's one that's just. I think it's the ones that get repeated the most. Those are the ones that hit me the hardest because I know them best.
Well, that's the whole point of liturgy. That's something like, honestly, like so the Amidah, the great standing prayer, right, is recited at least 3 times a day. If you go to services, you hear it 5 times a day because it gets repeated at least twice. So 5 times a day, 6 days a week, for 10 years, I heard that. And to this day, like when I say it, it has fresh insight to me because that's what good liturgy does. It has a depth to it that, yes, you repeat it over and over and over again. Like there are, Chezi, he says he recites the Amidah in English sometimes just to slow himself down because he's said it 3 times a day, every day, since he was a child, right? And like, to some extent, it's just so ingrained in you, right? Like, but if it's good liturgy, it speaks to you every single time. And that's the amazing thing about Psalms. And I have to say, there are no translations which can do the Hebrew justice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, because there's too many features of Hebrew poetry that don't work in other languages.
Just all the puns. I remember, I mean, it happens to me all the time. I say to somebody, the Hebrew is, I say the Bible is filled with puns. And they're like, they either think I'm being sarcastic or I'm joking or they're like shocked. And it's like, no. It's chock full of puns.
Yeah.
and you get somebody who's like very serious about their Bible, and they like some people kind of get offended at it, like the idea what there are puns in the Bible. Oh no, I'm talking funny puns, like really funny puns in the Bible, and you just can't translate that. I'm sorry, how do you translate a pun from one language to another?
And when a pun gets explained, it's not as funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Jesus is sarcastic a lot too in the original. People don't like that. There's also a place where Jesus calls Herod a gay slur.
Really?
Yeah, people really don't like hearing about that. But 'tis true.
Interesting.
Huh.
Yeah, it's translated in English as him saying something like, it's right after Herod has murdered St. John the Baptist. And he says, it's usually translated in English as something like, what did you go out to the desert to see? How's it, like a man dressed in soft clothes?
Oh.
Or a man dressed in like clothes. You find those kind of people in kings' palaces, and that's just so euphemized.
I did not
like over the Greek.
Now that you say it, it's totally obvious.
Yes.
That's funny.
Like what's actually underlying that.
Hmm.
Yeah. Malakis means something other than wearing soft clothes.
Hmm.
So.
And so the thing with Semitic languages is the words are all based on 3-letter roots. And one of the things that kills me about Strong's, one of the reasons, so there's one guy who watches my channel who has written a new type of Bible dictionary himself, which is it lists things by the roots, just like by the roots. Like if this is the root, I don't care. Like 3-letter root, right? And with Strong's, like even things that clearly have the same root, he will separate them into different numbers. And it's all Father Stephen's fault. I had things to do. But what can I do? And so, I mean, there are only 22 letters in Hebrew. There's a lot of things which sound alike, different roots.
6 of the letters are roughly different shades of that. Yeah.
And so making puns is really, really easy, right? And that's why Hebrew poetry is alliteration. And the first time I was teaching someone how to read, like Genesis 1 is a common place to teach people how to read. Well, the letter Gimel doesn't show up in Genesis 1 until like the 10th verse, because it's just so alliterative, right? It's just using the same sounds over and over and over again, right?
Tohu wabohu. Yeah.
I mean, just like the letter Gimel, literally, I think only gets used like a few times in an entire chapter, right? Because it's like an extraneous sound, right? And so there's a reason why I have never met a Jew who has said they can't believe in Judaism because of Genesis 1. Like, I am not saying that a lot of them are have heretical views of Genesis 1. They don't believe in creation. They don't, whatever. But none of them ever point to Genesis 1 and say, yeah, because this, good night, Sherry. Um, a lot of them, well, but it's just such an obviously poetic text that it's fine. You want to take it figuratively, take it figuratively. Don't let it destroy your entire faith. But when you're reading it in translation, it's lost all of its poetry, right? And then you have a fundamentalist modernist reading on top of that.
Yeah.
And so Mayim and Shemayim. I remember in college, one of my roommates was like, the Bible talks about the waters above the heavens. I can't believe it. It's like, no. But Mayim and Shemayim, like, they rhyme. Like, talking about Mayim, talk about the Shemayim, right? Or like, it's like, I don't know. I don't even, talking about roses are red and violets are blue, and violets aren't blue, they're violet.
Yeah. Yeah. The only English translation of the Torah that I've ever seen even make a good attempt at preserving the poetry is the one Shotgun did years ago. I don't know if you've ever seen it. Are you familiar with Shotgun as a publisher at all?
I am not.
Okay. I know they're not Orthodox Jewish, but they're a publishing house that deliberately does Jewish literature.
Okay.
So they did like the complete works of Franz Kafka.
Okay.
Right? So it's not just strictly religious, but it's just
they're obviously not Orthodox.
Right. Yeah, they're obviously not Orthodox, but it's just about like Jewish literature, culture,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
But so they published it's called the 5 Books of Moses, a translation of the Torah.
Okay.
In English. And they at least tried, right? So like Genesis 1 and most of the Torah actually is the way the Psalms are in most English Bibles, right? They tried to get the meter, they tried to get the right, the poetic element, and you can't in English, right? Ultimately,
right?
But they at least took a swing at it,
right?
Like trying to.
Have you looked at Tabor's translation of Genesis? James Tabor introduced one recently. It was so cheap. I almost bought it just to support him. It was like $5 or something. But I heard him discussing it, and what he's done is he has attempted to use the same word every time the same root is used in Hebrew, in order to maintain all the references,
try to help you pull it together.
Yeah. And to some extent, I mean, it is wooden and stuff because you have to be in that. But I think he went so far as like for Nachash, he and Nechoshet, bronze and serpent, using shining for both.
Okay.
Yeah, like anytime it was the same root, he tried to keep one. Which like obviously it's not a way of reading the Bible.
No, it'd be helpful if you don't have the Hebrew and you're trying to figure certain things out. Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
It's hard. I think Robert Alter did a good job with the Psalms, but I don't know. A lot of the rest of his Old Testament translation is kind of mundane. Like I didn't find it to be like when he's doing in the Psalms, even some of Proverbs and some other wisdom literature stuff in Job is pretty decent. But I mean, it's not that it was bad, but I mean, like his translation of 1 Samuel is like There's nothing like super revelatory or interesting about it. You know, it's for Samuel. You know.
Yeah. So with me, I found I have a much harder time dealing with people who are Orthodox and, well, I mean, he is Orthodox. I mean, he goes to an Orthodox synagogue, but like, there's something that I have a harder time with. Like, I have a harder time referring to conservative rabbis as rabbis than I do referring to you as a father, right? It's like, Father Stephen, that's fine. But Rabbi David Wolpe, I'm sorry, that just can't come out of my mouth. And there's a sort of certain similarity. Like, I have actually been definitely working on that, becoming more tolerant. But like, it's when they're so close that it just grates on me so much.
Yeah, when they then go sideways. Yeah.
Yesterday there's a Orthodox Jewish channel demystifying Judaism, and they're literally trying to do exactly the opposite of the Lords of Spirits podcast.
Demythologize everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Modern Orthodox, right? They're like, yeah, but we're rationalists, and we're like,
what's the point? Like, so disregard, right? Like,
well, okay. So yeah, okay. So there are plenty of, and this is where all of atheist Judaism comes from, is there are people who are culturally Jewish who love Jewish culture, but they hate anything that's supernatural. And on Discord, I called them fish who hate water, right?
Yeah.
They're like, they love their life, but like this water stuff is just like pushing them around and like slowing them down. And if they didn't have to worry about water, like air seems so much better to them than water. Like, let's get rid of all the water.
Yeah. Liberal Protestants are the same way. Yeah. Like, I mean, I had there was when we were at St. Tikhon's seminary, part of the field work in one of the local prisons was supervised by a guy who was a mainline Protestant minister and a prison chaplain who could kind of get us in and, you know, set up the stuff. And somebody at one point, one of our discussion mentioned, I think, the word demon. We got this big lecture about how he doesn't believe in ghouls and goblins and ghosts and blah, 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 blah. And we're kind of like, how about God? Do you believe in, like, you know?
Yeah, no, Yosef, I mean, in that discussion, Yosef was like, there are a lot of people who are trying to be like, there's no such things as demons. And it's like, if there's no such thing as demons, then like, like there's no good and evil. There's no supernatural. It's funny, but Dennis Prager may be like the most. He doesn't call himself Orthodox because he is actually non-denominational Jewish, in the fact that like he has his own thing, like, and he's very rationalist.
Yeah.
Very, very rationalist, right? Yeah. And it's funny, but like he may be even more Protestant than I am, and I like to call myself the most Protestant Jew you will ever meet. But yeah, no, and this is one of the several reasons I was never able to take modern Orthodoxy seriously. It would have been a lot easier to ensconce myself in modern Orthodox Judaism as opposed to Haredi or Hasidic Judaism, but the enchanted world of Hasidism. There's a reason why Hasidism has almost completely consumed Judaism over the past 300 years. And it's I have to say, I think it's a working of the Spirit. It's a working of God. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you see a similar move in Christianity of people moving. I mean, those liberal Protestant denominations are all dying. A quick death, not even a slow death anymore. And people going back to more and more traditional forms of Christian worship and practice and belief. And
if you had told me 20 years ago that Hebrew Union College had 4 campuses. It's the Reformed Seminary. They shut down 2 or 3 of them over COVID. Jewish Theological Seminary had a Los Angeles campus. They shut that down and sold it over. Like, they can't find enough people who want to be Reform and conservative rabbis anymore.
yeah. Well, I mean, I've never understood, like, same thing with liberal Protestantism, right? And Unitarian Universalists even more so. Like, half of them are atheists, right? So it's like, sleep in on Sunday, watch football in your underwear, man. Like, why are you getting up and going to church? Like, what?
Well, we have Sunday Assembly in Los Angeles.
Okay.
Sunday Assembly, they are avowed atheists.
Yeah.
They get together on Sunday mornings, sing songs to atheism, and hear an atheist sermon.
Yeah. It's like, you're the most Protestant atheist. But like, just acting on pure ideology. Can you imagine what Nietzsche would say if he saw them doing that? Like, how loathsome he would find that. Like, but yeah, but then trying to find somebody who wants to lead one of those communities. You know, like, so what's typical in the liberal Christian context, at least in my experience, is that a lot of the people who are leaders in those churches are people who wanted to be leaders in more traditional and conservative churches, but they wouldn't have them. So the Unitarian Universalist Church in West Virginia was co-pastored by a couple that was an interracial couple that got married in the early 70s in West Virginia.
Okay.
They weren't going to be accepted in your run-of-the-mill, right, conservative Protestant church in West Virginia. And so they moved to a church where they would be accepted, right? And that's why you have such a high percentage of female clergy in those denominations, right? That's why they moved to the, you know,
the conservative rabbinate may be almost exclusively filled today with women who would be Orthodox Jews if they could be ordained within Orthodox Judaism.
Yeah.
And for a very long time, large numbers of conservative synagogues, and to some extent even today, conservative synagogues are, their rabbis are Orthodox people who take positions in conservative synagogues. Because conservative synagogues have so much more money than, and the funny thing is, like, my family, almost all of my family call themselves conservative Jews. They have no effing clue what conservative Judaism actually believes in. Right?
Yeah.
So David Wolpe, when he started doing gay marriages, it's still a sore point at Sinai Temple where he announced he was leaving last year. He still hasn't left. But the vast majority of people, like, who go to the synagogue are like, hold on, you believe in gay marriage now? Like, what happened? Like, and reform. So I was at a Reform synagogue I now belong to a Reformed synagogue. I was at a Reformed synagogue I belong to. The things this little corner has done to me. And I was explaining to some of the congregants, like we were talking, and I was explaining to them classic reform. Now, there is a splintering group of, I don't even know what you call them. You could say they're like reactionaries, but they're splintering from reform because they don't like the fact reform is using so much Hebrew and has now kind of become completely overtaken with Zionism. And a lot of their synagogues will have kosher or kosher style food, right? So it used to be like the first graduating class of HUC, they served frogs' legs. They served frogs' legs at the first graduating class of the rabbinic, right? And like no Hebrew, right? English. And the 1868, I think, the Pittsburgh platform was like, we do not look forward to a return. We do not return to Palestine. It references the God idea. This is 1868.
Oh yeah,
Right?
that's like German liberal Christian level of like apostasy already. Yeah,
Well, that's where reform came from,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And
Former
so
Prussia, yeah.
yeah, so the classic, and they're like, we don't see ourselves as a nation. We don't look for, and that's why they're called temples, right?
Yeah,
That's why Reform called themselves temples, not synagogues.
yeah.
And so I was explaining this classic Reform, like they don't speak Hebrew, they don't believe in Israel, the state of Israel as a Jewish nation, they don't believe in even kosher style, keeping kosher, and
Vaguely. Yeah.
and this elderly woman who had been going to a Reform synagogue her entire life, right? Cradle Reform, says to me, I quote, "So what makes them Jewish?" And I was like, good question. But there is a categorical difference between the people in the pews of Reform and conservative synagogues and the people who actually run them,
Yeah.
and the actual theology of those. And generally, the people who go to Reform and conservative, like as far as they understand it, oh, Judaism's Orthodox Judaism, but I'm not that religious. There are Reform synagogues which do not have circumcision.
I definitely believe that on the West Coast.
So West Coast is very different from East Coast. Yeah. So
Yeah.
reform, like conservative on the West Coast, on the East Coast is almost like Orthodox on the West Coast.
Yeah.
There are Orthodox synagogues in Los Angeles that to some extent mirror what some conservative synagogues are like. There are conservative synagogues on on the East Coast which have separate seating, which would never happen on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And the separate seating, like, isn't very strongly enforced in some Orthodox-ish synagogues in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember. Well, I'm specifically thinking the West Coast because the most pushback I've ever gotten on a post was I did a blog post once talking about circumcision, and where St. Paul talks about, all been circumcised with Christ's circumcision. And despite it having nothing to do with the blog post, several of these like anti-circumcision advocate
Intactivists,
middle-aged white women, like went crazy all over social media, like any place where anybody reposted a link to the blog. And I'm just like, what? Calm down.
So there's something you have to understand about the intactivists. There is a very highly funded campaign against circumcision that has hired public relations firms to make circumcision on the internet sound like the most horrible thing you could possibly do to your child. And their tactics are absolutely wild, to the point where they have set up supposedly pro-circumcision websites or circumcision neutral websites so that Wikipedia would cite them as, and like the Wikipedia articles on circumcision, I got my bachelor's degree in public relations, and I worked in public relations for a few years. And so I see the tactics. The intactivists are highly astroturfed. There are very, very well-funded anti-circumcision campaigns, which is bizarre to me. But some of these intactivists, like, it's just become such a passion for them. It's like become their religious thing, where it's become a religious passion. And so what you see on the internet, like I have a cousin who's very, very liberal. He works for ProPublica, right? And I kind of like, with all the things, I kind of expected he might not have a circumcision for his son. It's like, and no, he did. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm way too on. I am so online that I think this is infected places that it really hasn't.
Yeah. There was a peak liberal moment on the Synod stream today. There's sort of an exemplification of someone praying nearly in tears, apologizing for the fact that everyone sitting at the head table was a white male. And I said, notice, right? This is the key thing. Notice he's not resigning to have someone more diverse replace him.
Of course not.
He's not asking that they reconstitute the people at the head table to fix the problem. He's just feeling really horrible about it, performatively, right? I'm like, that is the key to the liberal mindset right there.
This is my textbook for my class: Diversity, Oppression, and Change.
Oh boy.
Oxford University Press. Do you know how much I had to pay for this?
Too much? I guarantee that.
I bought it secondhand, but I think it's like $80 full price. I paid like $40 for it. Whatever. I'm just hoping nobody notices, because I refuse to like take down my Twitter and censor myself. So I'm hoping to get through things without anybody noticing. But for my classes, I've just been submitting sarcastic papers, and my final paper in my class last semester, it was so sarcastic. I was like, she might actually notice and give me an F. And if she did, I
heard that on the stream, and she gave you like, yeah.
Oh, I got 120 out of 120. I got a perfect score, of course. but it was obviously sarcastic.
Yeah.
I literally wrote, and this was for my scientific research, like this was my evidence-based research, like quantitative analysis type class. I literally wrote, regardless of any data, I have a responsibility to fit whatever we discover to the theoretical framework that has been established by scholars.
Yeah.
It's like, and this is science.
I'm surprised you didn't get a note. You're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. That's yeah.
Don't you believe in the science, Father Stephen? Come on, don't you have faith?
I don't know that the social sciences are actually sciences. Would be the.
So Peter Thiel says anything that has the name science in the title is pretending to be a science.
Yeah.
If it was a science, it wouldn't, like biology. There's no biological sciences, right? It's not physics, chemistry, right? It's political science, computer science, social science.
Yeah. Yeah, that's and it's I don't know. It's this weird middle ground, and I don't understand how you end up there as a person. Right? Like, I've explained this to people with the country club analogy, right? So you've got people on the right who are members of the country club, and they're like, this is good. We've worked all our lives. We're members of the country club. We deserve to be members of the country club. If you're not, you don't deserve it. Right? And that's fine. And then you've got like leftists who want to burn down the country club and make it a public park and probably kill the members, right? And then in between, you have the liberals who are also members of the country club, but feel horrible about it and really wish they'd get some token members to help them feel less bad about it. You know, and are not going to do anything about it. And I don't understand how you end up there as a person. I don't understand how you can just live in that guilt pathology and not want to escape it to one side or the other.
Well, okay. So there are several things going on here. And like, so have you heard of Baptists and bootleggers?
That sounds really familiar.
So Baptists and bootleggers is this economic concept of people will say similar things despite the fact that they have completely opposite,
they're on opposite sides.
Motivations, right? And so some of it is there are people who are saying things that they absolutely don't believe or using, and so you have to, if you are an absolute materialist and this life is all that exists and truth matters to you zero, so some percentage of people are just going to say those things and they want to sit in the country club, but it's become fashionable in the country club to talk about burning it down. Yeah. And as long as there's no possibility of it being burnt
actually being burnt down, yeah,
then they will, right?
Yeah.
So there are some of those people.
Yeah.
There are a certain number of people who will just say whatever other people say without thinking about it.
Yeah.
We are not actually computers that if the program doesn't run, we'll notice that it doesn't run because we'll say what we're saying. And then there are the people who have really bad theology. And this is actually what Jordan Peterson and the Jungians are really seeing is that, and I have to say, I mean, I do in fact blame part of this on the Trinity. I say when you start with 1 equals 3, you end up with 2 plus 2 equals 5. And there's a reason why despite the fact it is against my religion to trespass on other people's religions, I will go full force against Martin Luther. Because there is a certain theology which leads you down this path where we are, where you start with reason is the whore of Satan, and you start with the greatness of the mystery of the Trinity is that we don't understand it, and because we don't understand it, that's what makes it so great. And you start with lots and lots of bad theology. And by building upon all of this bad theology, even a smart person ends up saying stupid things like, oh, well, if I confess my sins, that's all I need to do. I don't need to actually do anything about my sins. And yeah, there is a performative, there's a cognitive dissonance that I have in being a white person who's leading the synod, but I don't actually need to do anything about it, because religiously, all that is required of me is confession and zero repentance.
Yeah, I can go with you on the guilt pathology being closely linked to Western theology, but it has to go back before Martin Luther. Because if you want guilt pathology, Roman Catholicism.
Augustine.
Yeah. Like Roman Catholicism is all about like guilt pathology.
Okay, Augustine isn't my favorite.
When I tell former Roman Catholics that like guilt is useless, like guilt is worthless. I know you're Jewish, so you got a little bit of it, but
well, it depends what you mean by guilt.
Right. So to me, guilt is feeling bad about yourself based on something you've done or are responsible or are perceived to have done or are perceived to embody. Feeling bad about yourself is not useful because, and I can attest to this as somebody who hears confessions, people who feel really guilty don't come to confession. They feel horrible about it, and that keeps them from coming to confession and trying to work on it. It doesn't spur them to work on it. It doesn't spur them to fix it.
Okay. So I always default to Hebrew words because I base it on scripture, right? And there are parts of Daniel which have become really integral parts of Jewish prayer, and there's a particular chapter that it forms the basis of selichot, our penitential prayers that we say. And there's a line, Lanu, Lecha Hashem Hatzedekah, Lelanu Boshet Hapani, right? You, God, have the righteousness, you are correct, and ours is Boshet Hapani, right? How do you want to translate Boshet Hapani?
Shame of the, yeah.
Shame of our face.
Yeah.
Right. And there is, I mean, you could identify that with guilt, feeling bad there are things I remember doing. There's one particular thing I remember doing that every time I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to burn for that one. I'm going to burn for that one. And teshuvah, right? To repent, to turn back, right, to God, requires a feeling of disgust at the fact that it was me who did that. And a general repulsion at the fact that that is who I was at that moment. And so the word tikva, right, hope, has within it kav, line, right? Having a hope of aligning yourself, right? A tikva of making yourself more straight, right? One of the blessings we say in the morning blessings, it comes from Psalms. Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, zokef kefufim. He who straightens out the crooked, right? And you have to be kafuf. You have to recognize your crooked nature for God to straighten you out, right? So repentance is incredibly important. And living a life of constant repentance, right? I think is
Absolutely agreed.
What it's all about.
But I don't think guilt helps one do that. If you've actually repented, if you've gone and actually made things right with the people you've harmed, right? Continuing for the rest of your life to feel guilty about that thing you did is not helpful. And in fact, it's a denial of the forgiveness of God after your repentance. And I've seen this work in people.
My sins are before me always.
Yeah.
That is a line from Psalms.
And as far as the east is from the west, so far as he removed our transgressions from us, is also a line from the Psalms.
Sandy asks, is guilt and remorse the same?
No. I'm talking about the ongoing guilt, right? This is, from my perspective, especially after the fact, after repentance. This is where people want to say, oh, the devil comes and tempts me to do this or do that, right? It's like, no, right? Like, I can get into trouble all by myself, right? I can sit all by myself. St. James in his epistle says, right, each one is tempted when by his own right sinful nature he's dragged away and enticed, right? Not by somebody else, right? I get into trouble myself. Where the devil comes in is after I've repented, the thoughts coming of, no, that's actually who you really are still. Forget about the forgiveness, forget about doing better. You're the person who did that thing, and you will always be the person who did that thing. And so don't try, right? You can't be any better. That's who you are, right? And to me, that's guilt undermining repentance, right?
I don't think I wouldn't even call that guilt. I would call that a denial of God's mercy.
Well, that's what it ultimately is. But the feeling you have of feeling bad about that thing you did, 25 years ago that you've thoroughly repented of and moved on with your life, what you're feeling, anyone would call that guilt. I still feel horrible about what I did back then. Everyone's forgiven me and I've done it, but I still feel horrible. That's the feeling I'm talking about that isn't helpful or useful.
I don't know. I see. I don't agree with that. I think my sins are before me always. And
see, I interpret that as I keep sinning. But anyway, right?
No, but
not I'm still worried about the old ones. It's that I keep making new ones.
Okay, so this was actually a big thing at. I started yelling at the stage in Chino because Vervaeke was talking. So he has this thing where he says he wants on his toxic shame. Broadway says he says he wants on his tombstone neither nostalgia nor utopia. And he says he doesn't want to live forever because he knows that he makes mistakes and he can't imagine constantly adding to that history of mistakes, right? And he doesn't want to have this nostalgia, which in a sense just does away with the mistakes that he's made. And he doesn't want to have this utopian view that he will one day be without mistakes, right? And therefore, he doesn't believe. And as he's explaining this, and it was funny, like I started screaming at Paul Vanderplay because I expected him to be the one who could speak about repentance, but he didn't. I screamed at him. I'm like, talk about repentance. And he said, talk about repentance. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. I just wanted to wring his neck.
It's tough with Calvinism.
I know.
It works a little weird.
Yeah. And Jonathan Pajot, he didn't quite seem to get it either, but he did a better job. But the thing with repentance is that it redeems your mistakes into wisdom.
Yeah.
And that's what we mean, and I believe this is from the Talmud. It says that repentance makes your sins as if they are merits. Repentance through love makes your sins as if they were merits.
Right.
Because once you have truly repented of that sin, right, and you recognize it for what it was to the degree that you are no longer the person who makes that mistake, right, then your sin becomes a merit. It becomes wisdom. You are turning lead into gold.
Right. But then you don't feel horrible about it. And you're not saying I'm a horrible person. If it really is a merit now, right? So the way we tend to talk about this, and this is from the Orthodox monastic literature, is that things in life are not actually good or bad in themselves. That's a judgment we place upon them. And so nearly anything that happens to us can ultimately, in the long term, right? I mean, obviously some things are bad in the moment, right? That's right. When they're happening, right? And sometimes for a long time afterwards. But ultimately, in the long term, anything can be good or bad depending on how we receive it. Right? And in terms of how we bring it before God. Right? So winning the lottery could be the best thing that ever happened to you or the worst thing that ever happened to you. Right. And so even if I fall into egregious sin, right? If I've truly repented, right, and found my way out of it, right, through God's working and right, then after the fact, right, I'm now equipped to help someone else who's struggling with the same thing, right? I'm now better equipped not to judge someone else who has fallen the way I fell, right? I'm now better equipped in all these different ways. And that's the wisdom part, right? That's the, now I have taken this thing that was bad, right? And through God turned it into good, right? Joseph getting sold into slavery in Egypt, right? You know.
Well, let's talk about selling Joseph into slavery.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So remembering my sin and remembering that thing which I did, the fact that it pains me is part of what it makes. I mean, it is not something that I am forgetting. It is, and the fact that it pains me is not something that I am forgetting. And the fact that it pains me is what keeps me from repeating that mistake. So the pain of that memory is not something, it should remain a painful memory.
Well, you shouldn't be happy about it. You should be like, well, yeah, I'm glad I killed that guy, right? That's not what I'm saying, right?
Right.
But saying I'm nothing but a worthless
murderer, right?
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Not helpful.
I agree with you, but
Yeah.
I call the pain of remembering that act.
I would call that more regret, right? But even regret at a certain point. Right? I don't know if you've ever read the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs, since we're talking about Joseph being sold into slavery.
It's on my reading list right here. I've noticed you included it.
But of course,
you seem to really like that text.
It is the most important text that's in that book.
Really? Okay.
It is the most important Second Temple text for understanding the New Testament, the Testament of the 12 Patriarchs.
Okay.
A number of the brothers, of course, right, are going back to that moment, right, in their testaments, and none of them say, "Boy, I'm glad I sold my brother into slavery," or "Boy, I'm glad I was ready to murder my brother," right? But they're at the end of their lives, right, in the way it's portrayed, and they're expressing to their children, right, this is who I was back then, right? And that wasn't good, right? Don't be like that. But here's what I've learned, right? From having done that and having repented and seeing what God did through it. And so now here's what I can tell you, right? About your lives going forward, how you can avoid making that mistake, right? How you can do the opposite, right? Like if it was out of anger or jealousy, right? Here's how to avoid anger and jealousy, right? So that's what I'm getting at in terms of not saying, yeah, it was a great thing that I, did this to my brother, but I can see now over the course of my life how through that God was doing these things. And here's what I learned by having been through it. And so I'm now at a better place, right? And a place closer to God for having been through that process. Right. And I think if we don't have a thoroughgoing understanding of that, we're not going to have any answer to like Dostoevsky's Grand Inquisitor, right? Which is basically, I don't know if you've read Brothers Karamazov ever, but it's the atheist argument that any moral person would be willing to trade their free will to not have all this evil in the world. Right? They would be willing to say, hey, if the cost of all of these horrible things happening is me not having free will, okay, I don't need free will, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have that understanding, that question gets really hard. But if we do, right, why would God allow us to fall into sin? Why would he allow us to do this evil? Well, if we can take that long view of here's what he's bringing out, then we have an understanding of why he would do that. And maybe not in every case, maybe not in every detail, right? Not every specific evil thing that happens in the world, right? Because we have a finite perspective. But we can get the gist of, right, what's kind of going on there.
I think we generally agree about Brothers Karamazov. So
Yeah.
when I was a teenager, I got onto a Dostoevsky kick, and I was like, I was 13, 14. I was reading voraciously Dostoevsky. And I barely remember any of it. That's why I just recently bought Crime and Punishment just to read it over again. Because it may be the most formative book in my development. I remember I read it when I was 12. I don't remember it.
Yeah, any of the details. Yeah.
It's been 35 years almost since I read it. So I was like, you know what? Maybe I need to go back and read it. But no, I mean, Teshuvah is incredibly important, but part of the reason why I really do believe, like, so Zephaniah 3:9 is kind of my motto. Ki azeh pochel amin safa b'ra likro chulam b'shem havaya b'shem echad. It talks about a pure language, and I believe that safa b'ra is Hebrew, and that's why I do the Hebrew language stuff, is because I think as long as we have to rectify Babel. I think as long as we're talking in different languages, we're speaking in translation, we're not going back to ultimately what I think has to be the Hebrew text. I don't see that we can likro chulam b'shem Hashem b'shem echad. That there can be a true unification of humanity, and if you want to call it the church.
Yeah, I mean, this gets into Pentecost and stuff. The second one.
Well, no, I mean,
my perspective.
So
yeah.
No, but
yeah.
Pentecost in Acts,
yeah,
is the Jewish concept of what happened at Mount Sinai.
Right, deliberately so. Yeah,
which is there was one language, we believe Hebrew, spoken, and everyone
understood. Yeah.
Everyone understood, right?
Yeah.
Which is the absolute opposite of how everybody understands speaking in tongues. And I have to
Protestants.
But it's Paul who talks about interpreting tongues.
Right. And people are overreading that in the modern era.
How do you overread interpreting
Here's how.
The miracle of being able to everybody able to
the word
understand.
means language.
Okay.
He's talking about a Gentile community where there are people who speak all different languages. And he's saying if someone is going to get up and speak in the community in a certain language, they can't do it unless there's someone who can interpret that language for everyone else who is there.
hold on. This is 1 Corinthians 12, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking about miracles. He's talking about prophecy and speaking in tongues.
Oh no, the
I
place where
believe-
he talks about interpretation, he's talking about church order in the assembly when they're gathered together. And saying each one needs to speak separately and take turns. Not a bunch of people speaking at once. And if there's somebody now, if you're talking about gifts, he talks about the gift of tongues and the gift of interpreting tongues, just on the list. On the list, right? And that's just some people are really good with languages. And some people aren't.
You know, that's actually how Mormons understand the gift of tongues.
Yeah. Now, in the Orthodox Church, that's how we've understood it. Other than there are some instances in history where, for example, someone comes to proclaim Christianity to a new group, and even though they don't speak that group's language, those people understand what they're saying anyway. So a miracle like the miracle at Pentecost, right? But glossolalia, right? The speaking languages that nobody knows. That's not the historic interpretation of those at all. The only place where you can kind of get that from the original in St. Paul is that one place where in the list of things where, you know, if I do this, if I do that, if I do the other, but don't have love, right? For God or my brother, then I'm nothing. And he mentions it there, even if I speak in the tongue of men and angels.
Right.
They say, aha, see the language of angels, aha, right? But that's taking that way out of context, right? From the point he's making, right? His point that he's making is even if I have all of this earthly wisdom and all of this heavenly wisdom, but I don't love God and don't love my brother, I'm nothing, right?
I have to say the fact that that some of my good Christian friends speak in tongues is one of the scariest things in the world to me, because I have not been able to find any biblical way in which it is anything but other than demonic.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of in the Hebrew Bible that's remotely close is Saul also among the prophets? Remember when he goes into the city? And
Nach is for girls, remember? I don't know my Nach.
So when Saul was looking for David, right? And he went to find Samuel, he went into the city of the prophets.
Right.
And when he goes into the city of the prophets, like the Spirit of God hits him and he rips off all his clothes and is rolling around on the ground prophesying.
Okay.
And they say, this is where the saying comes from, is Saul also among the prophets? Which is a saying I'd never heard anywhere, but apparently was a saying at the time. Yeah, I'm like, that's the closest thing I could find to what goes on at Pentecostal churches in the Hebrew Bible. And I don't think that's a good proof text for it.
Okay. Yeah.
Happened to sort of stop Saul from committing murder, right? Like, it's not.
Honestly, like, I have to start reading more of Nah, because you know what stops me is every time I start reading it in English, it doesn't work, and I have to start reading it in Hebrew.
Yeah.
And when I start reading it in Hebrew, it's so much more slow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only problem with reading it in Hebrew is part of 1 Samuel is kind of a mess in the Masoretic text.
A lot of, and like,
it's not the text itself, it's the Masorah. It's
a lot of it is using, all kinds of words that it's not like the Torah in its Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, because it's from across a vaster swath of time.
Much vaster. Yeah. And then there's the Aramaic words. And
Aramaic stuff and other loan words and things that show up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ecclesiastes has a couple Persian words in it that are on loan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like, especially the wisdom stuff, you read a verse and then you have to start digging into it and thinking about it. And
Oh
yeah,
yeah. You can't just sit
I
down and read through Proverbs. It's just like, you know.
I honestly don't know if I have read everything in the Bible. I may have, I may not have, but like the number one thing I tell people who tell me, "Oh, I have such a hard time reading the Bible," is don't. It's not a book.
Yeah.
It's not a book you open up and you read through.
Yeah. I'm on page 573.
Exactly. Like that's not
I
how
can't
it
wait to
works.
see how it turns out. Yeah.
Well, I have to say, a lot of Christians will kind of say to me, "Yeah, like you read it, and then like the Gospels are like a continuation." And I'm like, "You're making it sound very linear." And it's
Well, if you're a Protestant, there's that big gap too in between, right? Malachi and Matthew, where all of a sudden these Pharisees and Sadducees and stuff come into existence, and synagogues and all of these things you've never read about in the.
So I don't know if you heard me say this, and I am going to end the stream soon.
Sure.
But I don't know if you heard me say this, but there are a lot of things that when I was discussing with Christians, I wouldn't bring up because I know they're not from the Bible, and so I figured there's no reason for Christians to believe it. But then I started reading the Gospels and the epistles of Paul and stuff, and it's like, well, it's not in my Bible, but it's in your Bible.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, St. Paul does that all the time. He just drops this stuff in, you know, as when Moses contested with Jannes and Jambres, you know, and it's like, wait,
okay, what is that?
The names of Pharaoh's magicians.
Oh,
Jannes and Jambres.
Okay.
And it's like, what? Or, you know, you skim over like Israel had a rock that followed them in the wilderness.
Right.
It's like, wait.
The Rock of Miriam.
Right,
What's
exactly.
the problem here?
But the Torah doesn't actually say it followed them, right?
Okay.
Like that's you go to the Midrash and it's like, oh yeah, they sang this song and the rock picked up and it moved. Right? Like, but St. Paul's just like casually referring to this stuff, right? Like that to me is more evidence that he's the Pharisee, is that he knows about this stuff.
You're the first one to bring this stuff up because I am going to have to look because honestly, I have honestly issued this challenge to people. Just tell me why you think Paul is a Pharisee other than the supposed
he identifies as a Pharisee.
Yeah. It's like just give me like some indication. And
bodily resurrection refers to extra biblical Jewish traditions casually, without explanation.
Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Okay, I am going to end this broadcast because this it is 11 o'clock here and 1 a.m. where you are.
Yeah, about.
Yeah. Okay, I am going to end this broadcast.